Oh yeah, that's the one right now. That's one.
And you know that Cornell's gonna be late today because she's on the.
Yeah, that's okay. She talked to me about that. Yeah, she's over there, yeah, over in Fruit Street. Okay. These are hearings, so we can just pump ahead here.
Every day it's a hot dog. It says often.
No,
That's an interesting choice. I know. Every day.
I was talking to Representative McDonald last day, and I said, you know, one day, I think we ought to just stop, I'll stop talking and let you tell us what high school is really like now. You've been there recently and you can remember more than what, ours is all fogged with memory lapse and whatever.
Yeah.
She laughed.
very nice.
Good morning, everybody. I trust everybody's got those eyes wide open this morning and either very happy over the Chiefs winning or very sad that the Eagles didn't win. So have fun with it. Right, we have a number of hearings this morning. It looks like we have 6 hearings this morning. So with that, I'd like to get on with the first one. That's dealing with HB 204. Representative Belcher is the prime sponsor of this bill. It's an act relative to non-academic surveys in schools. And Representative Belcher, welcome. Okay, we can give that.
Thank you and good morning, Chairman Ladd and honorable members of the committee. So this bill is quite simple, but we'll get into it and we'll see that it may not be that simple, but it is still quite simple. So I've only added a few words to existing law. When it comes to non-academic surveys that are prohibited, I've clarified that it doesn't matter whether it's physical or digital, just to make sure that's very clear. And I've added one more category, which is emotional responses. Now, the reason I've done that is because as I was campaigning for this job and speaking to a lot of constituents and attending a lot of meetings, I heard from a lot of concerned parents that there were questions being posed to them on various tests and surveys and whatnot in their schools that were probing into how their children felt about certain things. And they felt that was inappropriate. They felt that the idea that when you leave the 3 R's, as we call it, and we start getting into feelings and how children feel about things, we're getting away from education and we're moving into the field of psychology, because that is where feelings and emotions are properly dealt with. And I think we all know that teachers are not generally trained psychologists, and generally speaking, I don't think they want to be practicing psychology on children. So there was a genuine concern about things that were actually happening. I was able to see some of the questions that they were referring to. They brought them to my attention. So these are real things that are occurring in New Hampshire schools. So then there's the other track, and this gets into a little bit more theoretical, but it's extremely important to understand. And it gets into some really cutting edge stuff. So as we all know, technology is becoming more important every day, not just in our lives, but in schools. They're using technology as an adjunct to help teach children constantly. Now, some of the stuff they're doing and some of the stuff that is happening right now relies on, you could call it a form of manipulation. It's actually something known technically as nudge theory. If you were to do a simple Google search for nudge theory academia or nudge theory in education, you would find a litany of education articles and academic journal papers advising how by obtaining something of a psychological profile of a student through understanding their emotional responses to certain things, they can actually plug that information into cutting edge, algorithmically driven artificial intelligence programs that are being offered up through some of these education programs. Some of them come in the forms of digital friends that students communicate with through their computers or devices. And through nudge theory, what they're actually able to do is apply very subtle behavioral modification. And a lot of it is designed not simply to stop, antisocial or bad behaviors, but to actually inculcate and indoctrinate into values-based items that are very controversial and items for political debate and discussion, and not things that should simply be pushed onto students without parents' knowledge or permission. And with that, I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of Representative Belcher? Yes, Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Representative Belcher. We have seen in this committee, this session, expressions concerned about the mental health of students. It's a big problem, and we all have acknowledged that. With your language here of not being able to check the emotional part of it, how does schools begin to identify the mental health of students so that the appropriate services can be provided to them to help them out? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the question. And I think that goes to the fundamental question that we're looking at here. Because I would assert that the educational environment of a school is not the appropriate place to be screening or administering mental health on children. That is not an appropriate environment. The teachers are not trained for that. That is the primary responsibility of parents. Obviously, when something out of the norm is detected, it's perfectly acceptable to communicate with parents to move forward with what the parents would like to direct for mental health treatment. But schools are not, they're not facilities, they're not medical facilities, they're education facilities.
Yes, Representative Tanner.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Do you think that public education should be a safety net for children?
Can you expand a little bit? I'm not exactly sure what you mean.
So we know that, public schools see around 150,000 students in New Hampshire in the year. And out of those 150,000, there's a significant number of them who have situations where they don't have a terrific parents or adults to go back to guide them, to help them, to feed them, to clothe them, to offer safety to them. Sometimes it's just the opposite. And the school district provides a safety net for that, for abused children, for homeless children, for hungry children, for children that are having difficulties. And it seems that, to me, that what you're saying is we should just ignore that.
Absolutely not. Abusive and neglectful behavior is abhorrent. And absolutely, I believe, generally speaking, almost anybody is a mandated reporter in this state. And I think that obviously, whenever necessary and appropriate, contact to medical professionals and law enforcement is totally necessary. And that's something I had to do often as a paramedic when I was working. Unfortunately, I found some very difficult situations.
Yes, you may.
So how do you know? I mean, in a lot of instances, kids are really good at hiding issues like that, and they're very afraid. And if they don't talk to you and there isn't an emotional interchange where you're talking about that, how do you expect that schools can be that kind of safety net for students? That's what I mean.
Sure, thank you. And I would go in two different directions with that. First of all, I would say the bill itself, it clarifies this, that it's talking about surveys, physical or digital. So we're not talking about, having one-on-one conversations or a teacher getting to know their student and having a relationship there. The other direction I would go to answer that question is that, and I've lost it. I'm sorry, maybe it'll come back to me.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So tell me how privacy goes on these surveys. I mean, either there's no way to determine what particular child has a particular problem, or there is a violation of privacy. How do you draw that, walk that fine
Thank you for
line?
the question. That's a very good point. If you're going to be removing identifying information, obviously, from surveys such as, I believe, the CDC survey that I forget what it's called. It's on here. I believe that does that. So that doesn't offer the opportunity to individually target students for any kind of intervention. The best you could probably do is community or some other collective-based intervention, which is not particularly useful. Like, it doesn't seem. So that's a very good question. There would be no way to remove the individual identifying information from a survey in order to protect privacy information and still be able to target a student who was demonstrating any sort of mental health issues. So it would have to be a non-private situation. And whether that information is stored in a local manner or a faraway server, that could also be a considerable concern. We know that a lot of the companies that are applying this kind of technology, especially with the digital surveys, they do have offsite servers. They may not even be located in this country.
Further questions, Representative Damon, and then Representative Woodcock.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Following up on your answer to Representative Dry's question, it sounds to me that you're acknowledging, and correct me if I'm not hearing this accurately, that surveys gather aggregate data. So therefore, if that's true, surveying a population of students in regards to their report of their well-being, including emotional well-being, would not violate anyone's privacy or safety. It would simply be a better understanding of the status of the, say, 10-year-old population or whatever group is being surveyed.
Thank you, and I'd be happy to clarify. So I believe surveys can obviously be engineered in multiple ways. You can have surveys that do remove identifying information, such as, I believe, the CDC survey, that can therefore then be used for other kinds of, like I say, collective-based intervention. But there are also surveys that are individual, that are given in class every day, that may even be attached to academic instruction, and such as tests that begin to probe into information that is feelings based or is based on things in your household that could have personally identifiable information attached to it. And further, when you begin to attach the digital component of it, that again, this is cutting edge stuff, that stuff is designed to be individualistic. That stuff is designed to feed into an artificial intelligence model that is going to approach an individual child in an individualized way in order to apply these algorithms. So that's obviously not at all private as far as.
Yes.
Could you cite some resources for what you just said? Because honestly, I'm not on the same page, and I'd like to understand where's the data that this is happening? Where is it published?
Sure. Well, if you were to Google, I believe the phrase is nudge theory education. I believe one of the first 2 or 3 links that's going to come up is an article from the journal EdWeek, which is a major education journal publication that talks about how they're incorporating these technologies into the classroom. There's also, as I said, a whole litany of academic literature. There's other major education journals, major publications, articles to this effect that will get into the details of nudge theory and algorithmically driven artificial intelligence and artificial friends that children can interact with in some of these programs, that and how it's designed to, again, affect behavioral changes and outcomes.
Yes.
And do those resources you just cited document this is happening to our New Hampshire students? I'm highly skeptical.
That's a very good question. I don't have a survey of everything that's going on in New Hampshire. I do know that some of the larger companies, such as Amplify, do have their toes in the water, I could say, on this sort of thing. I don't know exactly what's been deployed across the state in every district.
Representative Woodcock, did you have your hand up?
I did a few minutes ago. Thank you. Thank you. Representative Belcher, I'm following up on, I wasn't following up on, but I am now on the question I just asked you. You made a statement that surveys given, I think it said in classrooms, surveys are given in classrooms every day. And sometimes including for academic instruction. That's what you said, because I wrote it down. This is a school district policy. Teachers typically don't start creating individual surveys and individual things for students. So I don't understand that connection of in the classroom every single day for instruction. That being said, and you can clarify that for me. The second part is and I understand the analytics of the future world, but these surveys, typically, the ones I've been involved with over the years, disaggregate the data by group so you can find out and target certain areas of, say, instruction or, say, education or, say, this part of the region has difficult issues with, we're going to say they've been bombed down there or an explosion. Say the school, like Stony, a school had an issue, okay, where they may have been a bomb or a killing or something. So that they target not just the whole state, they see that, wow, we need to bring in some interventions because we find out the kids that actually aren't responding as well as they thought for those things. But there's a lot of people, but where have you seen surveys that teachers just give out every day like this? I mean, it seems like that's, like you think these come out willy-nilly. I mean, they have to be, all the preceding pieces to this legislation that are in law right now deal with the structures you're aware of. Parents are on the website, so I don't know where you're.
Sure.
I understand where you're going, but I don't know where you're coming from with this.
Okay. I'm going to try to pull all the pieces out of that so I can try to build a picture. So as far as my statement that this is happening in an everyday context, it's due to some of the stuff that I was brought by some of my constituents and as I was speaking with them, that some such things that are probing into emotional responses, such as how students feel about certain things, they're part of everyday quizzing and testing that is occurring per these constituents. And they showed me some of the documentation of this. So that is what I meant when it came to that.
Okay.
As far as the disaggregated data and targeting, I believe that's the reason that we left the CDC one alone. But I would, however, go back to the sort of foundational principle here, which is that fundamentally schools are not places of mental health treatment. They are places of education. And because they're not equipped like a mental health treatment center, when you administer some of these things to students, when you start playing with psychological algorithms or whether it's probing questions, you can cause certain harms mentally, and schools are not necessarily prepared to deal with that. Teachers are not necessarily prepared to deal with that. That is better left to a proper professional and a proper environment, I believe.
Representative Ford, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. With apologies for my English prop background, I would like to pose the question, is there something inherent in asking how you feel about something rather than what do you think about that?
Thank you. That's an interesting question. So, to clarify first, ask. Nothing in the bill would prohibit a teacher asking. This is referring to physical and digital surveys and questionnaires and stuff like that. So, to your actual question, whether there's a difference between feel and believe or feel and think. That is a much more complicated question. We can get into the sort of epistemological question of whether a feelings-based subjective view of the world versus an objective view of the world where you're using rationality versus, it goes back to Rousseau's romanticism versus Locke's
The important
rationality.
distinction often is
It
that
is.
you often have factual reasons for one, and you have emotional reasons for the other.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Thank you. Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. Could you share with us what are some of the specific questions that were on the surveys that your constituents objected to? I mean, I'm trying to tie this down a little bit.
Sure. Thank you. And I can give you sort of my best remembrance. Don't quote me on the exact thing, but there were items such as sometimes they would begin with a question about this family can afford to do this thing, but this family can't afford to do this thing, and it could be a math sort of thing. But then it kind of trails off from the math part into, well, how do we feel about this family that couldn't afford to do this thing, and what do we think maybe ought to be done about that, and what are your feelings on it? And we're going down in this context. We were taking a math problem from a math class and kind of going in a strange social direction and a strange direction, probing into feelings and emotions that in that case my constituent felt was inappropriate.
Follow up?
Yes, sir.
So the first part of your response in terms of the example of two families or whatever, earn different
something
things,
like that, yes.
and that's a math problem. Then specifically on this survey, it then said, how do you feel about this situation? I mean, is that what you're saying to us?
Yes, it was some. Don't quote me on the exact language, but it was to that effect. The context is correct.
Thank you.
I do have a question. I haven't asked one yet. I'm looking at the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, and it's designed to elicit information from students.
Yes.
And there's a question right here I'd like you to respond to that's in the Youth Risk Behavior Survey 23, New Hampshire. During the past 12 months, how many times did someone you were dating or going out with purposely try to control you or emotionally hurt you? My question is, are we getting beyond the asking part here and getting into the thinking, or what, about this emotionally hurting a person? Is that a question that might be reconsidered how this is asked in the survey? Or if it needs to be asked?
Just as regards to that CDC survey, I'm not personally a big fan of it being administered without strict permission. If I thought I could do that with this and have a chance of it getting passed, I probably would have crafted the bill that way. As far as that specific question, how do they feel about that? When you get into the psychological context, when you're actually trying to elicit psychological information, that's an appropriate question. And it is, I think, perhaps going to lead you down a path that a psychologist, a trained professional, would go down in order to begin affecting a course of treatment and care toward helping somebody. But that's not what's happening in a school environment when that question's asked. So you disaggregate the information, you have no access to the person. All you're getting is data, which may or may not be correct. We've heard that it probably is. But it doesn't actually do much to help that person, and that environment I don't think is appropriate for it.
Thank you. Further questions, Representative Damon?
Thank you. Would you agree that it is important for students, or people in general, to be able to identify and label their emotions?
That's a little bit of a difficult question. Identify, can you be a little more specific when you say identify and label, as in what in particular?
So for instance would be a student might be physically acting out, say stomping their feet or, some physical manifestation of something. And a teacher might say, what's going on here? And perhaps that student would say, I'm very angry, or I'm very frustrated, or so that would be What I'm saying is that student, are they able to identify and label the emotion that is driving their behavior?
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarification. I think I would have to answer whether or not they can understand the appropriateness of the emotion and regulate it internally is going to be far more important than whether they can put a label to it. But I suppose there'd be certain utility in being able to put a label to it.
Oh, yes.
Perhaps if I could ask you to focus more on the capacity of the student to identify their emotion, not worry about the terminology, but that they, I mean, it's tied together.
It sounds more like the kind of thing you might do sitting on a couch than a classroom.
Further questions? Do we have any other pink cards? I'm just trying to get a handle on that. We only had this one from the presenter. Okay, do we have any remaining questions? Representative Cascaden?
Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. I'd like to bring to the table reality in a public school setting because of my experiences for so long. And I really am just trying to share information for people who aren't aware of what really goes on. Situation, I'd just like to get a feel for it. By the way, I think we have a minimum standard or a law that requires us to do social emotional learning within our schools. So I don't know if you're aware of that. There are screenings that are used for that. But an example, so I was a principal of 3 schools, K to 4, and every morning I was greeted by a student who was as tall as I was, who called me an MFer every morning. Now, the school counselor was in Bartlett School, and the school nurse was in Marston School. And so, under those circumstances, would a nudge theorist call the police firsthand?
For being called a name
Every day,
every day.
upon entry.
I don't know that that would qualify necessarily as a actionable criminal offense. That seems like more of a school discipline action. I mean, when I was in school, if you did that, you would be suspended, and that seemed to work out pretty well for the most part.
Well, it turned out to be a student that was special needs, and behavior is learned. They don't come to school, they don't learn it at school, it's learned at home. And so it took over a month to change the affect of that student to understand that whatever he was bringing to school from home needed to change his affect. And so if we weren't able to process, or if I wasn't able to work with that student every single day to process that even if his mother, whatever happened when he got dropped off, it wasn't okay for him to express his anger coming through the door. So it really wasn't a discipline issue for school. It was a matter of unchanging behavior.
Question?
My question, yes, he answered, well, yes, I asked him if he would call the police about that because he mentioned that
Okay,
he would call the police. So that's
So
it.
he responded, yes.
Yep, that's it. Thanks.
Further questions?
May I just respond to that real quick, since I think there was a little bit of a question in there? I would just say that I'm glad that the situation worked out as such, but I don't think you can draw a conclusion that because one methodology was successful, another methodology would not have been successful. That would be a logical fallacy. So it very well, I'm not saying it would have, but it may have been solved through discipline as well.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Balboni?
I just have a question. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Are you making any distinction? It seems like you're distinguishing between oral versus written or digital. So say if I was a teacher in second grade and I had a circle and I was curious about the mood of my students that day, and I had them just take out a pen and pencil and write down, how are you feeling today? Would you consider that a survey?
No, I think it's very clear that physical or digital would not consider that. I think that was done on purpose because we understand that humans have human relationships, and that includes teachers and students. And I don't think that's something that we would seek to prohibit or alter or do anything to. The idea is to prohibit intrusive written and digital surveys that would be inappropriate, I believe, in the school setting, and lead toward items that are also not appropriate, such as the application of nudge theory or other psychologizing in the classroom.
Yes, follow-up.
Would that also apply to like self-surveys? Say if you were in a class and you were taking given a set of questions that you answered that were only for your own use. They were put out there as part of an assignment and that you did in the class, but were not necessarily shared. They were part of a self-identification process.
Yes, there would be no exception for that.
Any further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we need to turn off the red. A little confusing. We have a few moments. Is there anybody here from Health and Human Services that could answer something regarding youth risk behavior survey as a technical question, which I do have one. Oh, welcome. You've been here many times. Is the card filled? Yeah. So why don't you just pass it around so that we can have that. My question for you is that the question I read here is where I'd like to start is during the past 12 months, how many times did someone you were dating or going out with purposely try to control you or emotionally hurt you? My question is, I know this information's disaggregated. Is there any availability of information where a particular region or a school as a whole that has a lot more than just 10 kids in it is informed that you have a very high incidence of something such as this occurring so that the school can turn around and use it in supporting and assisting or helping in this regard?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Again, for the record, my name is Abby Rogers, Legislative Liaison for the Division of Public Health Services.
For the record, my name is Jahua Chola. I'm the Bureau Chief for Public Health Statistic Informatics in the Division of Public Health Services. So to answer the question, I think I focus on how school use the data more specifically on this type of question. Did I get that right?
Well, if a question comes back, is there any way of determining that school district X has a high response in regard to this particular question where it happened 5 or 6 times at least, and where they've had this emotional, issue that they're dealing with? How does that data help the district that's part of this survey when it's all disaggregated and may come back in the form for the state as a whole? It's just like we're doing mathematics. We're trying to find out where we're hurting in math, and we're trying to disaggregate that information down till we find out there's the issue right there. How do you do that with this survey?
So for the survey data that we do, they are aggregated, depends on the regions, and we have the state level data, we have the public health region data, we also have school district data. So for the public health region as well as state level data, those are publicly available, and we look into by demographic area, like gender, grades, not age, but grades, and sometimes if the data supports or data volume is enough, we will also look into race and ethnicity, but that's very the major race in New Hampshire is white. So for the other races, we probably do not have that type of data to support that. Depends on the response rate for the specific question or for the specific topic. In terms of how school utilize the data, all the intendants, they get their own school district report. In the school district report, they can look into the time trend on the same questions, asking year by year by year. And then for that way, they will be able to see how the trends or the response for this specific questions, how students reported themselves, whether they got hurt or based on the question that you just mentioned, whether the trend goes up for that specific scores or whether the trend goes down or the trend keeps the same. In that way, I believe the school can utilize their own resource to go to the focus area that they would like to help with the students.
Thank you. That's good to hear that. But next question I would have, is this information you provide to the local school or school district available to the public?
No, excuse me. No, for the school-specific report, they are not available to the public for several reasons. The first reason is that the school report are not weighted, so we are not able to provide the information on the statistic, meaning to identify this school is doing better or worse comparing to the public health region or the state level. What we encourage the school to look into the report is to look into their own school performance compared to the time trend, compared to the specific demographic group, like male, female, or by grades, to see if there's some kind of outstanding. For example, this type of question may impact a certain a group of students in their schools. That's what we encourage the school to utilize the report and focus on the particular group in order to put some resource into that group.
So in just my last follow-up on that, so the school district is aware, but in order to try, and we know that education is a partnership between the home life, the parent, the schools, etc. How are we going to ever correct something if the school district doesn't communicate these results to the parent or the community?
I don't think I'm in a good position to answer that because that would be part of the program prevention, whether it's in the school level, district level, or in the state level. My position can provide the, get the information how school utilize the data. But how schools actually utilize the data, that's the part of information I do not have. But we are happy to get other folks from Bureau of Drug and Alcohol Services or other like injury prevention programs, crisis center, etc., to provide more information how school work with them to utilize the data on their specific school district.
Thank you very much for answering those questions. Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and a follow-up actually to your questions here. Oftentimes, when this committee has heard a bill relative to a non-academic survey, or maybe even more specifically the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, people from other organizations, such as Chief David Goldstein from Franklin, would be in attendance to testify as to the importance of that anonymous data that applies directly to the community that his department serves. And I do know from my time on the school board that school boards do receive maybe not as detailed a report as the one you're talking about, but I think there is the trend data as you've suggested. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit to, and I think this goes to Representative Ladd's question, how other community service organizations might be able to use some of this data and why it's so important to them.
That's a very good question. Thank you. And since we have the state level and also public health region, so for the public health region, we identified 13 public health region across the states. It's finer than the county level. So public health region data is available. Some communities, they utilize public health region data, for example, like a greater Nashua or greater Manchester, to identify, the trend and also the particular demographic group in their region or in their network. In terms of the schools, it will up to the school board or the superintendent, particularly how the schools would like to distribute the report to their audience. So some schools are very open. What I observed, to share the school level data or district level data with the school board or even post on their own website. Some schools, on the other way, they administer the schools, but they may just keep it in their own, like school counselors, for them to be able to utilize the data. So I cannot speak for how schools they use the data currently, but we do encourage the schools to look into the data, look at the trends for each questions if it's comparable time after time, and also focus on some trends if there is some kind of like a data point goes up, particularly in 2021, which we have seen in the preliminary data that mental health is a concern for 2021 data. Compared to other years. Those are the areas that the schools, we do encourage schools to look into the data and then work with the local communities or even the state program areas to allocate the resource or to provide some support to students on the need.
So that opened up another question for me, and then Representative, so you say some schools share the data, some schools choose not to, maybe share it with the counselors. Is there any, I guess, from what I'm hearing you, there isn't, I guess, any kind of statutory language or federal language that says you cannot share this with the community?
I'm sorry.
I can try to rephrase that. Why are some schools sharing this and communicating the disaggregated information to the public and others not?
Thank you. I think I can try to answer that. I think my understanding is some schools do share it, publicly on their website to inform community partners of the health of their schools. Others may make that decision internally to share it just internally. I think it depends on the school district, and we're not kind of well advanced in the knowledge of who shares what, but certainly the YRBS data is used widespread in New Hampshire through community organizations to inform all sorts of measures for tobacco use, suicide prevention, domestic violence prevention, chronic disease prevention for HIV, obesity, substance use. I mean, it's really the biggest measure to the health of the school population.
I'm not questioning those categories. I'm looking at how this information is used to assist the community in dealing with some of these concerns.
Right, sure. So the YRBS data is used to inform program planning in the community, certainly at the state level, and identify indicators where a certain community needs to be able to go to provide some prevention for those issues.
Representative Woodcock, did you have a question?
A very quick one, thank you. And as a follow-up to Representative Ladd's thinking, actually, somewhat of his thinking, when you're talking about trending and surveys and data points, you mentioned recently just about the mental health issues, obviously, that came post the pandemic. Does DHHS, or in conjunction with DOE, do either of you provide to school communities potential programs or options how to help when you see trending data going in a negative trend?
Thank you for the question. So we do have, like what Abby addressed, we do have injury prevention programs and also crisis centers that works with the schools and as well as the public health regions. They work with the schools very closely to look into the data on their regional data, and if the superintendents also provide the data to the network, they also look into the data together as well. In terms of some services that we provide, in the school report that we release to the superintendent, we do put some program information like a crisis center or the public health region who they can contact you if they have any questions regarding the particular question, not the data question, but particular, how they should respond to this kind of a trend in their schools. We do provide that kind of contact information in the report released to the superintendents as well.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Thank you very much.
Are there further questions, Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a clarification on what you're saying. one of the issues that was pointed out in the testimony was a concern that schools are not really there to provide emotional issues, that they're there to just teach the 3 R's. My presumption is, and to clarify this for me, if there is an issue that's an emotional issue that's identified in the survey, that school then would then refer that issue to a professional, be it a school counselor, social worker, somebody from your office perhaps, but it would not necessarily be a teacher, but it'd be somebody who would be trained in dealing with that particular issue that was identified in the response to the survey. Is that correct?
I do not have answer for that question because that will fall under how school operate or provide their services. For us, we provided the data that after the survey, and then also provide some kind of support how to read the data, for example. And if there's a need, we also connect the schools with other resources from the state agencies if they would like to look for more information. But whether it would be a particular teacher or a trained social worker, counselor, for example, to help the student, that will fall under the school operation.
Thank you very much.
Representative Tanner?
I just want to make sure, because with the questioning, it sounds almost like some people think that the school gets individual results. These are still aggregate results that the school receives, not individual. In other words, they would not know that Sally Jones got hurt in a relationship, emotionally hurt in a relationship. The trend and the aggregate data is all treated as statistics, not as individuals. Am I right on that?
That is correct. School does not receive the raw data. They receive the aggregate report that has all the 9th to 12th graders who responded to the questions or participated in the surveys. That report is all aggregate data, and there's no identifier to see which class this record is from, or which classroom or class or teacher's name. It's not available on the data or the report that superintendents receive.
Yes.
So when you receive aggregate data, whether you're a mental health institution or a school area, would it logically seem as though the logical result of that is that they would institute programs that would be in general for the population that they're dealing with that might have an exceptionally high abuse or emotional abuse station, rather than, again, individual training, targeted to a very small group?
Thank you for the question. Yes, indeed. Like it would be generally the data would inform the school community of the trends in the school community, which then also could be representational of perhaps a broader community concern. So that is correct.
Are there further questions? Thank you very much. Oh, yes.
I just want to provide more information related to the school report. The count that we provide in the school is not the actual number of students who answer the question. We implemented the count that the responded count to the actual enrollment number. So it's kind of like a projection. So it's not actually, 5 students answer this question. That means only 5 students who took the survey on that day answer the question. That is also implemented and modified by the enrollment number to be able to provide a more general and more aggregate level on the data.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I did receive one other card, which is not taking any position as offering any kind of technical support we may want on this. It's Becky Wilson from the School Boards Association. Does anybody have questions for the School Boards Association? Becky? Good morning.
Good morning. For the record, Becky Wilson from the New Hampshire School Boards Association. I heard a number of questions. I think most of them have been answered, but I'm happy to answer any other questions about how these results are shared through school boards, et cetera, in the public.
Thank you. Representative Tanner?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question and coming up. I'm concerned with what we keep hearing, that teachers are not psychologists, that, that even counselors aren't trained in mental health. And I wonder if school boards have kind of a policy where there's a delineation, certainly for teachers, of signs and symptoms that then get sent to a higher level of profession that's within the school, and the school psychologist, the school social worker, maybe the special education teacher.
Thank you for the question. I will do my best, I think, to address your concern. So it's important to note that part of the minimum standards and part of the staffing that is required as a result of the minimum standards requires schools to have certain people with certain licenses and certain certifications. Those people are teachers, school counselors, school psychologists, school social workers, etc. Not all of those positions are mandated necessarily, but each of them carry with them a certain criteria that you need to meet in order to become licensed to do that job. Those are not the kinds of jobs where people are on alternative plans necessarily, or are doing them with, other kinds of oversight. Those are very specific positions. Schools have processes for determining individual student need and who is referred to what person or what department based on those needs. And I would share that I believe, for the most part, most schools have a threshold, for lack of a better term, of what is a school-related, education-related mental health need and what goes beyond that. And schools have very specific processes about when they refer out, so to speak, with parents to get more services for students who may need more services. There are not necessarily psychologist services that you're receiving at the school level is not necessarily the same psychologist services you are going to receive in a mental health center in your community that a parent is taking a child to address concerns. School psychologists, for the most part in public schools, are providing education evaluations as part of a special ed process, for example, or something to that effect. So certainly not every school has access to all of those positions either due to funding or due to geographics, that there's just not those kinds of people in all of those schools. So there are many schools that contract out with local providers for certain services, but again, they're educationally based mental health services. And just to clarify, and I think reiterate what was already said, school level data from the YRBS comes back to the school for a very particular purpose, and that is to make sure that your high schools are understanding their kind of current group of students that are in their schools and what their needs may be as a whole. And that information, at least from my own experience, is shared at a school board meeting with the school board in somewhat of a scrubbed manner, for lack of a better term, because depending on the size of your school, how many high schools you have, if it's just one and it's small, you want to make sure, again, that even though you're not getting individual student data, that you're presenting that in a public forum where everybody has that information, but it's protecting students and families' personal privacy if there are not a lot of students in your school.
Thank you. Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Becky. I was just curious if you are aware whether school staffs are still undergoing the youth mental health first aid course.
Thank you for the question. Yes, Justice Broderick has been presenting at multiple high schools throughout the state for many, many years. He continues to provide mental health youth first aid training. And as part of Dartmouth Hitchcock's initiative, schools ask them to come and do those trainings for students, and that is to help other students help each other. It is about making sure that kids understand what other kids' needs may be and to try to support each other. That is not necessarily simply about staff identifying those things. It's really about creating peer relationships that are supportive in that way.
Thank you. Not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
With that, we'll close this hearing and march on to HB 550. This is relative to charter public school dissolution. 550. Welcome, Representative Fellows.
Morning.
Good morning.
Let's see. I have written testimony for this bill, but I didn't have an opportunity to make 25 copies yet. So I will bring them down right after we finish with this bill. So every charter school has a dissolution provision that spells out what will happen when any assets remaining after they resolve all financial obligations. And there have been at least 6 charter schools that have closed and had to go through this process. So this is not, just an academic exercise here.
Yeah.
I wondered what happened to those assets of the 6 charter schools that closed, and there's no information about that on the web, but there is information on the web about the current charter schools. You can access all of their charters, and you can read this particular provision. So I didn't look at them all, but I looked at 10 of them, and all seem to give the charter school board the sole authority about making decisions of what happens to remaining assets when they close. Several charter schools, and this is what I found. So several charter schools provided 2 options to the board: either give assets and money to another charter school or to a nonprofit that supports charter schools. And in all cases, it was never specified which particular charter school or which particular nonprofit agency. One that I looked at said all remaining assets could go to any 501c3, which is any nonprofit organization. One said remaining assets could go to any 501c or to the federal, state, or local government for educational purposes. One said that donated property or the proceeds from the sale of those donated items would be returned to the donor, and proceeds from the sale of items purchased with federal or state grants would be returned to the states. So one thing you can see here is there's many different options going on. I think some of those options are problematic. When you make a donation to a 501c, I don't think that you can get the money back again. I think particularly if you used it for a deduction on your income filing. Let's see. Another concern I had is that it's fairly easy to set up a 501c. So I'm concerned that someone related to the school in some way could set up a 501c, and then the school could give the assets or the proceeds to that particular 501c. And that just doesn't sound like a good process to go through. This is my opinion, but I think that we should consider requiring any remaining assets that didn't have a particular provision related to the donation of that item, that those general remaining assets should go back to the state, because the state has paid for the vast majority of the operating cost of that school. So that would be an appropriate way to treat them. But that's just my opinion. So these concerns led me to file an LSR. And if you look at the bill, the first section of the LSR was my attempt to write a standardized revision to the dissolution provision that has to be in their charter. But after that happened, I had a meeting with some people from Department of Education and Administrative Services who had concerns about how this would work. And in that meeting, other issues were also identified. The biggest one being that the Department of Justice has a division for charitable organizations that they oversee, and charter schools, because they are all 501c3, have provisions that govern them for being a nonprofit, but we also have state laws that govern what happens to them because they are also a public school. And I think that we've got some conflicts going on between those two, and it would be useful to call together all the people that are involved with, that could be involved with this, and give them an opportunity to identify a process that would work for everyone. So I asked for the LSR to be redrafted, and it was late in the game because this LSR actually got lost in the system. And so what you have here is the section 1 is what I first proposed, and section 2 is what I asked for a redraft. So I would hope that you would hope that you would pass this bill just as section 2. So there's eliminate 1 and just proceed with section 2. And I think I also when I met with the somebody from Department of Administrative Services and people from DOE, they also identified that there are some issues that are really not financial that they would like to work on. And one of those mentioned was student records. What happens to the student records when a charter school closes? I don't think there's any statute that covers that. And an ongoing problem, which I can tell you from even back when I was at the Department of Education, which was more than 5 years ago now, that it has always been a concern about the ability of some of the charter schools to really manage their finances well. And they don't have some of them don't have the same level of expertise that you would see in a public school. So it would be useful to give some discussion and consideration to maybe new requirements that have to do with financial management, internal controls of charter schools in terms of their financial management, because the advantage of that would be that we could identify what schools were in trouble before they get to the point where they maybe will have to dissolve when they are financially insolvent, because that's the biggest issue. And an example of that having happened was the capital city charter schools, which my impression is that that's still not entirely resolved. So I hope you will approve the section about the charter committee, because what it will do is it will be an opportunity to provide transparency, accountability, and clear guidance for the disposal of charter school assets that were purchased with state funds. It will make it possible to identify financial instability before it becomes financial insolvency. And it will also be an opportunity to identify ways to minimize the disruption to charter school students and staff when a school closes. There are some minor corrections that are needed for the committee section. The quorum number has to be changed because the way it's worded right now, every single member would have to be there to have a quorum. So that's not necessary and needs to be fixed. And I don't have a specific recommendation for the due date. I don't know if December 15 would be reasonable or it should be extended. So that's the end of my testimony. I'll take any questions.
Thank you
people
very
might
much,
have.
Representative. Are there any questions? Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Okay, so I was thrown off because I was looking at the wrong number 2, like as point number 2 in your italics, but you actually mean the whole section that goes down to where it starts committee. Is that correct?
Yes, so on the first page, just get rid of lines 1 through 16.
Okay.
And just have it start on 17. That's the 2. That's section 2 of the bill.
Okay, follow up, please.
Yes.
Thank you. And then at this point, all the dissolution things that are in charter schools, charters, for example, are still in effect. And there's nothing that works on those. This is just a committee.
Well, one of the things that is really complicated that I ran into is, my impression from the meeting that I had, which included Sherry Rockburn, who's the Deputy Commissioner at Administrative Services, and 2 people from Department of Education. Sherry Rockburn said that the charitable division now I forgot your question. What was your question?
Do the things that charter schools have written as their dissolution policies right now remain in effect?
Yeah, yes. Well, yes, because they're there, and that's a requirement that's published. But they might not be like really legal if they were questioned. And the biggest issue that I can see is that the regulations related to 501c3s are not aligned with the regulations that are in state statute, the RSAs, that say you can just, write your dissolution provision, and the things that they wrote may not really comply with the 501c3 requirements, or either that or they don't comply with state requirements. So that's a problem. That's a big part of the problem. But the other, it's also important that maybe we can work out some way that there is warning when a school is going to have to close. I mean, you don't want to Christmas break, during Christmas break, you found out that the school's insolvent and they're not going to open up in January. We need to have warning of that.
Okay, can I follow up?
Yes.
Thank you. So it's my understanding that the charitable trust handles these. They also handle the papers that 501c3s file when they're there. So they would have caught something if they were looking at their filing papers. So are you planning to work with the charitable trust division as well?
If you look in here, if you look in the bill, it says that it requires, line on the first page, line 29, that a representative of the charitable trust division from the Department of Education, Department of Justice, has to be available to the committee.
Okay, thank you very much.
Further questions, Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Representative Fellows, for bringing this very important matter to our attention. And you've clearly done quite a bit of work, including meetings with administrative services, Department of Education, and I believe is it still Attorney General Donovan over at Charitable Trust? No. So we do have charitable trusts.
We have the director here.
Thank you very much. Because in the past, Rick, I'd worked with General Donovan on a number of statutes involving the merger and acquisition and disposition of nonprofit hospitals in New Hampshire. And clearly, this is a very significant and very complex area of the law. And so it was really more of a comment than a question. But my question to you, Sally, would be: could you provide us with the amendment? I know it's not very complicated, deleting section 1, but if we have support from administrative services as well as Department of Justice as well as the Department of Education in addressing this very complex portion of the law, maybe there's a chance that a study could be done to properly document what the requirements are for these schools in the event of dissolution. So the question part was, can you provide us with the amendment that I think one of us would be happy to offer?
I don't think I can, because I think that to get to what you need, I suppose if somebody could ask Department of Education and Administrative Services and the Charitable Trust to get together and have a meeting, and if in 1 or 2 meetings, if they could come up with a solution, I would.
No, I'm talking about the amendment just for the study committee. Just to keep section 2.
Correct.
Eliminate section 1, keep section 2.
That's the amendment.
Yeah, we've got 100 bills to get through.
Oh, I totally understand that.
If you can do the legwork with legislative services, I'd be happy to bring this.
Oh, okay. Oh, that I absolutely can do that. Do you want a little bit of time to?
Let's.
Well, you want to do, and maybe you want to have more discussion.
There's going to be a lot more discussion.
Yeah.
And I'd like to have Director Quinlan offer some, there'll be questions there.
Yes.
I have questions. We just went through something like this, not with charter schools, but in the village district I live in, our fire station and property was donated to the village district, water district of Haverhill Corner. Then the town wants to take it over. The town couldn't take it over because it was written in the covenants from the person who donated all this that nothing could occur going elsewhere if you choose to no longer own this village district of Haverhill Corner. It will revert back to the original owner. And so there's a number of questions here which we need to answer. And we're getting into the not just the outfits that you mentioned here, these departments, but justice as well. Yeah. So there's a lot of work that has to be done on this.
So I will help you in any way that I can. I certainly don't know the answer to how you pull this all together, and because you can, as you understand, it's complicated. So
and there are a lot of different covenants out there, probably. I'm not familiar with it, but we have different types of charter schools as well.
Right. I only
Conversions
I looked at just 10 of them. I mean, I didn't look at all 30 or however many there are.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions, Representative Tanner?
Thank you. Regular public schools, district community public schools are nonprofit, really, aren't they?
My understanding, and like maybe a lawyer would tell you something different, is that for public schools, they are a government entity, and some of them, it's probably common for them to have a separate organization that accepts donations. Or I think towns can accept donations, but then you have overseer of the trust funds, that kind of thing. So that structure, they are not 501(c)(3)s. A public school is not a 501(c)(3).
But they can have 501(c)(3). Public school can have a 501(c)(3) for charitable donations, or I
Yes,
thought-
and
I
the
thought-
money is completely separate.
Okay.
It's not part of the school budget. Or
And it doesn't
maybe you
have.
can ask a superintendent.
And it doesn't have taxpayer resourced money in it.
They're not commingled for sure.
Okay.
And I don't know if we've got the answer there. There's a lot of different angles and twists in all of this, so I think before we come to a conclusion that quickly, it's not a one-pager. Further questions? Thank you very much. Director Quinlan, are you available?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Director Quinlan is the director of the Charitable Trust here in New Hampshire. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Diane Quinlan, and I serve as the Director of Charitable Trusts. And with me here today is Michael Haley. He serves as the Assistant Director of Charitable Trusts. Thank you for taking my testimony. As you can see, I have distributed some written testimony, but I'm also here to provide some oral testimony and answer your questions. We're not taking a position on House Bill 550. We're just here to offer you some background information. First of all, by way of background, one of the very important responsibilities of our office in the Charitable Trust Unit of the Attorney General's Office is to protect the public's interest in the use of assets devoted to charitable purposes and to protect the charitable intent of donors. The health of the nonprofit sector really relies in part on the principle that when a donor offers a gift to a charity for a particular purpose, that particular purpose and that intent is enforceable. So charter schools are organized in New Hampshire as private nonprofit charitable corporations that are exempt from federal income tax under Section 501(c)(3) of the Internal Revenue Code. In order to qualify for tax-exempt status under Section 501(c)(3) of the Internal Revenue Code, when a corporation files its articles of agreement, must include a dissolution clause that indicates that upon dissolution, the assets shall be distributed either to another 501(c)(3) eligible corporation or organization or a government agency. Charter schools in New Hampshire are governed by their own boards of trustees, and they're subject to the oversight of our office. They're required to submit a registration application and thereafter file annual reports with our office. In the event that they dissolve, and some of those charitable charter schools have dissolved in the last year, the charter school must submit a final annual report with our office that indicates where those charitable assets have been distributed. And one of the roles of our office is to ensure that the assets were distributed in accordance with the terms of the Articles of Agreement and consistent with donor intent with respect to any donor restricted funds. So it's important to remember that charter school assets may consist not only of assets they receive from the state, but also assets they may receive from private sources. Some of those gifts may be subject to one or more specific restrictions on their use, and the school has an obligation to comply with the terms of those restrictions. For example, if a school receives a donation that's to be used exclusively to build a playing field or a building, that property must be used for those purposes. So in general, when a New Hampshire charitable corporation dissolves, its unrestricted charitable assets are distributed in accordance with those articles of agreement I mentioned. But certain donor restricted funds held by charitable corporations can't simply be distributed in accordance with that dissolution provision. For example, if an individual donates a building to a charter school for the sole purpose of operating a school for students in grades 7 through 12, upon dissolution, the state can't simply sell the school simply can't sell the building and give the assets to the state or distribute the building to another 501c3. That's because the school accepted the restricted, they accepted that restricted gift, they have an obligation to comply with the terms of that restriction. That is enforceable by our office in the charitable trust unit. In most cases, in order to change the purpose or the administration of a restricted gift like that, it requires a trip to court. A petition for cypre, it's called, or a petition for deviation in general terms. That's typically the way that a restricted gift would be distributed. So it could not be returned to the state because the state that's not consistent with the terms of the gift. The legislature doesn't have the authority to change the purpose or administration of a restricted gift. So we note that the discussion today is really not talking about existing charter schools, but that's a really important distinction because the United States Supreme Court has held that the government can't change the charter of an existing charitable corporation in order to assume control over it. That case, which is cited in the written testimony that I distributed, was a case called Dartmouth College versus Woodward. And Daniel Webster actually argued on the part of Dartmouth College. In that case, the New Hampshire legislature attempted to change the charter and convert Dartmouth College, which was founded by a congregational minister and governed by its own board of trustees, to a secular institution called Dartmouth University. But the United States Supreme Court held that Dartmouth College was not a civil institution that could be employed in the administration of government. It was a private charitable institution. The court therefore found that the state had no authority to change the charter of that private charitable institution or change the purpose of any of its charitable funds. So as I mentioned, we're not taking a position on this particular bill, but we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Further questions, Representative Tanner?
Thank you. I am so confused, but, so in the case of our charter schools, the New Hampshire charter schools, which are essentially private, nonprofit charitable organizations, when they receive money from our educational trust fund, is that considered a donation?
From the state is not the same thing as a private donation for a particular purpose.
Does the state on a regular basis, besides charters, give donations to charitable organizations?
The state does offer grants to nonprofit charitable corporations frequently, and some of those grants are subject to certain restrictions as well.
But the money that we give per pupil, which is based on our educational trust fund, is not a grant. Is it a donation?
That's a fair question, and charter schools are very unusual animals. There aren't a lot of charters comparable situations, which is why we raised some of these concerns when we were asked about this particular bill. We wanted to make it clear that because it's a 501c3, it has certain obligations under the law and subject to our jurisdiction, but it may also have other restrictions under their state grants or state charter as well.
I have one more question. Is this usual in other states? I mean, do you know if, because there's charter schools in every state, is this a common setup for charter schools?
I do not know the answer. I'm sorry. I can try to check on that, but I don't know the answer.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Further questions, Representative Luno, then Woodcock, and then Myler?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for joining us this morning. With respect to a comment that you made in the Dartmouth case, I think you suggested that that the court said that the government could not require a disposition of assets as part of taking over that organization, and but I was wondering. Could the state of New Hampshire apply some provisions that would either have to be included in new school charters as well as would be read into existing school charters with respect to if it's not clear in the charter how what the dispositions would be, how state dollars would be taken care of in a dissolution, how private dollars, obviously the charitable trust division, certainly even if it's not in the school charter, is going to be read against a certain law is respect to charitable donations. But does the state have some room to work with within the Supreme Court decision and putting in place some policy to be either included in charters or read in conjunction with existing charters?
Thank you for your question. The Dartmouth case dealt with an existing charity. So if you're talking about establishing a rule that for future, in order to be approved as a charter school in the future, then your dissolution provision must indicate that the assets shall be distributed to the local government or the state. For the future, if that's the condition, then I think that the charter would then be accepted on those terms. Then I think that's okay for the future. That would not change the fact that any privately donated funds with restricted purposes would still follow the intent of the donor and still have to go to court. Okay. With existing charities, though, I think that the court has made it pretty clear that the government can't change the charter of an existing charitable organization.
Very quick follow-up. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the clarification there. One of the reasons this is so important, I think the chair would probably knows where I'm going with this, is that we've got several bills also that would open up charter schools to be recipients to state school building aid, and so if one of those if such an existing charter school were to receive state aid for construction of a school building, and then let's say a handful of years later became insolvent and dissolved, how would those once state assets be handled?
That's jumping a little bit.
Well, no, but would it? I mean, how would the charitable trust division handle that?
So it's hard to speculate what that looks like, but I think that if a gift is given with certain restrictions and conditions, and those conditions aren't met, that can go back to the state if that's what the condition is. The building shall be used for the charter school for as long as it remains a approved charter school, after which it returns to the state.
Okay. Thank you.
Something like that.
Further question, Representative Whitcock.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you both for being here. Two questions. The first one is, does DOE confer with you, or does charter school applications go through you prior to be certified as approved by the DOE for initial
So thank you for your question. No, the Department of Education doesn't consult with us. It's not part of the process, but it's my understanding that they do take a look at and to determine whether or not they're registered with our office. So it's not an official requirement, but I believe that they do look to see whether or not they're registered and in good standing with our office.
Okay. Yeah,
And I think it's the state board,
state board, okay. And one more,
not the department.
Representative Chair? I have one.
Yes.
Thank you. The second one, during your verbal testimony, the oral testimony, I should say, you mentioned that the charter schools provide an annual report every year to you. Can you just give us a quick glimpse of what that might be in that report?
Yes. Under our rules, all charitable nonprofit corporations that are New Hampshire-based must submit annual reports to our office, including charter schools. That annual report sets forth certain information that we review, such as the current number, the names of the board members, their financial information. For example, if they file a 990, and they all do, they need to submit their 990 with our office. They also need to submit their audited financial reports because the vast majority of them have revenue in excess of $2 million a year. In addition, they provide certain information about their governance, whether or not there's been any conflicts of interest, things like that. And then in the event that they dissolve, they also have to file an additional attachment that sets forth where the assets have been distributed. Oftentimes, and we prefer it, before a charter school or other nonprofit dissolves, they'll contact our office and say, this is what our plan is. And we say, well, do you have any restricted assets? And we talk about where those go.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. My question really relates to the asset allocation. As we've talked about earlier this morning, charter schools receive state funding on a per pupil basis. They receive donations, as we've heard testimony in prior hearings here. They're raising anywhere from 8 to 10% of their budget through fundraising activities. I want to focus on those two elements here. I'm not dealing with a donor who says, I'm going to build a field for the school. That's not what I'm dealing with primarily operational costs here. And they commingle those to administer the program that's there. When they ultimately decide to dissolve, how do those various assets then begin to get distributed to wherever? Because you've got the donations, which are just generic donations to help the administration, not specifically targeted. And you've got the state aid money that's coming in. They commingle to create a budget of $3 million, let's say. How does one determine how that gets allocated from the state vis-a-vis that of private fundraising activities?
Thank you for your question. Generally, they don't get allocated separately. Those are considered to be unrestricted funds. And so those unrestricted funds are distributed in accordance with the terms of the Articles of Agreement. That's generally the way it works. It's only where there are restricted funds. So if they're fundraising for a particular purpose, that is to build a field, that might be a separate fund. That's separate. That's a restricted fund for a particular purpose. That's where we come in. We protect the donor intent. But with respect to the other funds, those are considered to be unrestricted funds, and they follow the Articles of Agreement.
If I may just,
Yes.
Is that then where when does the court come into the determination of the allocation?
The court comes in with respect to restricted funds for a particular purpose.
Okay, thank you very much.
Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for helping us understand this or attempt to. I have two questions. You may have answered the first one, but it's not clear to me. Are the current charter schools' Articles of Agreement in compliance with the issues and concerns that are being raised as this bill is proposed?
I haven't studied all of the Articles of Agreement for all charter schools, But generally, they provide that the assets shall be distributed to another 501c3 or a government entity. That's what they have to say in order to comply with, in order to be eligible for status as a 501c3 organization. Some may specify which government agency the money goes to or which 501c3 entity it goes to, but some are just more general. So I can't tell you exactly what all of them say.
Okay. May I?
Yes.
So it sounds like it was within the law that a closing charter school could give their assets to a 501c3 that has nothing to do with education.
Under the Articles of Agreement, that's the way that they could distribute the funds. Generally, we try to step in those kinds of cases and try to get them to distribute their funds to an organization that's similar to the purpose for which they were established. It's my understanding too, and I admit that I am not as familiar with charter schools as maybe someone who works for the Department of Education, but it's my understanding that there may be something in one of the regulations that requires that assets be distributed to the local school district, which would be consistent with the Articles of Agreement.
So
I have one unrelated, different question entirely.
can you please quickly
Yes.
do it?
So on the question of financial instability preceding financial insolvency, does the trust division get involved to help a school that's not thriving financially but isn't yet closing the doors?
Thank you for your question. Oftentimes, when we receive an annual report, or if we receive a call, for example, from the Department of Education, they may say, gee, you should be aware that this school is not doing well financially. In that case, what we'll do is we'll meet with the board of directors and we'll talk to the board about what their plans are. What are you going to try to do to resolve this issue? Or are you going to close? And sometimes that's the best case scenario, is the best thing is for them ultimately to close so that they can distribute those assets to another school that could use it to benefit those same students. So we do get involved whenever we hear about charter schools that are in trouble. We follow them closely.
We've had a number of colleges in that realm.
Yes, Mr.
In
Chair.
this state.
That's true.
Yes. Further discussion? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't have any other pink cards on that bill, so we're going to conclude the hearing on 550. We're going to take a 5-minute stand up for everybody here, and then we'll come right back and start up the next bill, which would be 382.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sort of incognito. So I think I should be here. This is 10:50. Oh, instead of Grant. Yeah, I'm here for. I was just curious about the 10:30 and 10:40, but I don't see any. I don't know. When research actions.
Well, they could right.
Somebody will just say, of course, it's just things, a bunch of have a little bit of Well, this is okay, you wanna just go, and I won't take a question.
Well, we're happy to provide any information.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Sounds like you had some experience.
We'd go ahead with the next bill here. It's HB 382. This is an act authorizing local school boards to give students release time for participation in religious instruction in an elective course for the purposes of satisfying curriculum requirements. We don't have the prime sponsor here, so I'm going to have a member from the committee just sit down out there, please, and introduce the bill, read the title, and say thank you very much. And then we can get into the discussion if there are folks that came to do that today. So, Representative Woodcock, would you like to introduce it, or Representative Belcher, would you like to introduce it? Sure, thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Ladd.
Good morning.
Honorable members. Record, my name is Representative Mike Belcher out of Carroll District 4. I am introducing today House Bill 382, an act authorizing local school boards to give students release time for participation in religious instruction in an elective course for the purpose of satisfying curriculum requirements.
Have we heard this one?
Yeah, we heard that.
What was the date?
Different number.
February 7th.
Well, I guess you don't have to do it, seeing we've done it.
I believe there's a different rep on this. I believe the other one was Rep. Gerhard.
See, the two that were very similar.
382.
Yeah. Wait a minute, hold on. Yeah, let me just look at the log here too. What was the February 7 you saying?
There was no sponsor.
If I recall correctly, I believe there was an email from the sponsor of this bill asking the committee to ITL the bill because there was a duplicate.
Yeah, yeah,
But there is a slight difference with Allison School Board.
yeah. We've done,
that's literally the only word
we've
that's
done all of them though, right? Or two.
And whichever
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
folks said.
I think we've got it covered. Thank you very much. Okay. This happen, well, that happens when you get so many bills coming in and our administrative support is, down there juggling as well with many committees. So something like this is bound to happen. The next bill is at 10 o'clock. Excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong day now.
We're good.
Yeah, I was looking at the wrong date. Yes.
What is your, what are we gonna do with this 382 at this point?
No, we're not going to exec anything today. We will, won't.
Oh, okay. I misread the calendar then, because I thought, because we have some other ones here we've already had. I thought we'd be execing them. No, this, but you already heard the bill. This one's being read. Huh? What bill is this for? Oh, that's her stuff before. This is $1,550. Oh, okay.
See, if we've already done 382, we have had the hearing.
Yeah.
But we're not going to exec today. I've mentioned before to those people who are not here, we would not be execing any bills today. And so that's the way we're going to follow through. If we do it once, we're going to be known to do it again, and that's, inappropriate, procedure here. So what we're going to do we had a bill scheduled for 6:34. This puts us back on schedule almost. So it's 10:40 that we're supposed to be going into 6:34 relative to students' participation in religious instruction to satisfy elective curriculum requirements. See, these are both very similar. So we'll turn to 6:34.
You recessed that on the same day, Mr. Chair. Oh,
This bill has not been. So is the sponsor of 634? Yes, that's correct. It was at the end of the day. Here? So could you introduce this one, please, from the Representative Belcher? 634? You got it there? Good. Yeah.
Oh, the other bill. Same day.
Good morning again, Chairman Ladd, honorable members. For the record, Representative Mike Belcher, Carroll District 4, here to introduce House Bill 634-FN, an act relative to students' participation in religious instruction to satisfy elective requirements.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You probably need to fill out a pink card.
I could just change the number on this one.
Okay, are there any other pink cards for the, come on up. Yeah, fill it out and after you, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, honorable members of the Education Committee. For the record, my name is Representative Matt Simon. I represent Grafton District 1, Littleton, Lisbon, Lyman, Sugar Hill, Bath, and Monroe. I apologize for my attire today. I was not anticipating on being on the State House. I was doing work for my other job. I just happened to be here. In fact, I was sitting down in the cafeteria doing some work and noticed this hearing and thought I would come up to listen in. But as nobody's here to testify on it, I figured I would step in because I'm somewhat knowledgeable on the topic and just wanted to make sure a few points were made. The bill itself seeks to allow students to leave the premises of a public education facility for the purposes of religious instruction and then receive credit for that instruction as an elective. Leaving school premises for the purposes of religious instruction is already constitutional according to Zork versus Clausen, Supreme Court decision. Although those courses cannot be had on school premises, they can be had off school premises so long as the cost for transportation, other costs associated with it, are not incurred by the taxpayer. They are incurred by whoever's offering the course. This bill, the only difference between that and this bill, from what I can see, is that it would then satisfy an elective credit for the school. The Supreme Court has also ruled that that the state cannot show favoritism of one religion over another, including secularism. So I would argue that if an elective is available, as long as that elective does not somehow otherwise infringe upon the Constitution, the Free Exercise Clause and Establishment Clause wouldn't pertain here, and the school should be able to take those electives as credit. So that's it in brief, and I'm happy to take any questions that I might be able to answer for you if you have any.
Any questions for Representative Simon? Representative Tanner and then Representative Belcher?
Thank you. You probably don't have a copy of the bill, but down in first page, line 27, it says enacting capital T, capital R, capital E, capital C, capital A. And I have no idea what that stands for.
Would you mind if I just run and grab a copy? Oh, thank you so much. I'm sorry, Representative, where was it? Representative Tanner?
Line 27 on the first page.
Line 27 on the
It says
first
enacting
page.
TRECA, all in cap letters. That's the first page.
Yep.
Yep. Line 27.
Mr. Chair, if I could answer that, it's line 1 of the bill. It's an acronym for Time Release
yeah.
Educational Credit Act.
Okay,
It took
thank
me a
you.
while to find that.
Thank you. Well, thank you.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the answer, Representative. Appreciate that.
Representative
That was
Belcher,
helpful.
you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking the question. Would it be correct, and I think we've heard testimony on this before, but would it be correct that this doesn't actually place any burden on the school or financial burden on the taxpayers?
That is correct. Yeah. There would be question constitutionally as far as Supreme Court rulings as to whether it would be constitutional if it did. Although with the recent Kennedy versus Bremerton decision and the overturn of Lemon versus Kutzman, that might be questionable. That might fall differently. But certainly as long as it doesn't incur a burden to the taxpayer, it's constitutional according to Supreme Court decisions.
Thank you. Representative Damon?
if you would please look at lines 23 through 30, Articles 7 and 8, and comment or explain on the merit or lack thereof of the language there.
I'm sorry, Representative, was that on page 1 or page
I'm
2?
on the first page of the bill, lines 23 through 30, the last two Roman numeral points. Cites with one of the largest cultural menaces in America.
I apologize. I'll have to read it just briefly and then. Thank you for the question, Representative. I'm not 100% sure on lines 23 through 25, but I think I can speak to 26 through 30 because they come up in constitutional decisions at the Supreme Court level. Up until the 20th century, education was primarily done by religious institutions. It wasn't until the early 20th century that it became compulsory for all students of a certain age to attend public schools. With it being compulsory and the nature of the academics that are offered within a school system, just by necessity, by definition, those courses do take in turn some form of religious instruction. The Supreme Court has pretty much recognized this, whether it's secularism, if you define secularism as a religious kind of belief system. Let me give you an example, because I'm sure that sounds very confusing. If, for example, I was to bring a Christian sexual education program into a school system and basically teach that sex should happen between a man and a woman only within the confines of marriage, that would be deemed unconstitutional on the merits that that's a religious belief on sexual behavior between two people. However, the Supreme Court has also said that the state can't undermine religion in its teaching. Well, if there's any sexual education teaching in a state school at all, you're going to end up either promoting something or undermining something. So if a Christian student goes into a classroom in which something contrary to that, it's fine to have sex with whomever, whenever, whether you're married or not, that teaching undermines a religious belief as well, and therefore is inherently religious. So within a compulsory system, it's nearly impossible to keep a worldview or an ideology out. And I believe that's what that section is referring to, that we have to make it equal for everybody and not just for one particular belief system. And once again, to no cost to the taxpayer.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again. Just to clarify, when you were referring to the religious nature of secularism, I think you might have been referring to the Supreme Court finding that secular humanism is a religion. Is that what you were referring to?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative. And yes, that is what I'm referring to. I can't remember the case off the top of my head. I apologize. There's about a dozen of them. But in the case, the people arguing for religious freedom, I guess, I can't remember all of the details as far as that's concerned, but the people arguing for religious freedom said, well, if you remove all other religion out of the school system, then you are basically making secularism a religion, and you can't make secularism a religion to the exclusion of other religions. The Supreme Court's response to that was, at that time, no, we couldn't do that. But we're not doing that. And then later on, there came into question whether or not that's what they were actually doing. And so, especially with the more recent Supreme Court decisions, the question of how the Establishment Clause versus the Free Exercise Clause is really kind of changing and come back under question. So yes, under Supreme Court law, it is it's arguable at the very least and probable, I think, that secularism would be looked at as a religion under those definitions.
Thank you. Further questions, Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Representative Lott. This is a clarification for you, a question, or it could be for the representative, because I'm confused. On line 17 on page 2, where it's talking that the course credit, it's talking about earning credit, time may earn elective course credit for participation. So my question is, so a student goes to a religious school for instruction off of public school premises during school time, and they earn credit just for going. just for participation. There's, I guess my first question, they don't have to do anything, they just have to go.
If I may, Representative, thank you for the question. If you look on line 20, it says the State Board of Education shall also adopt minimum standards for class attendance necessary to qualify for the credit.
Right, but that's just attendance.
Okay, yeah, I understand what you're
just
saying. Yeah, just for showing
My
it.
point, they just have to go.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm trying to find out, Representative Ladd, if this earned credit goes toward the graduation credit, when all the person has to do is just show up.
There's a huge process to the courses which are offered according to Education 306,
Right.
the minimum standards for public school approval, of which a high school must offer, I think, at a minimum 43 different courses. That's what they have in their catalog, to speak, of courses offered. You're required to have a minimum of 20 credits to graduate. Some school districts have more than that. The process for approval, as we've had several bills come forward saying, well, I took this course in school A, I'm transferring to school B, who approves that? The building principal does.
Right.
But you do it in conjunction with or you disapprove based upon if there's a similar course which is similar to and has those basic competencies built in within, which are also in ED 306, the word competencies. So the process is such that the state board may set certain standards, but the approval of courses that are offered through this local school are done by the local school board and the administration within that board. So I don't know if I answered your question, but that's briefly how I believe it happens. And
I understand the 23, I understand the 16 core requirements and those pieces, I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to find out how a class, and I understand the state board can set up the attendance requirements, but how a course that only requires sitting there, and has no other way to verify competencies is required to be part of a graduation requirement. Except there's a graduation requirement.
the bill has areas that has to be modified in order to really satisfy. For example, you're talking about the state board shall also adopt minimum standards for attendance. Is that going to be done through rulemaking? If so, rulemaking is not even identified in the bill.
Thank you. I think thank you.
Yeah. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to piggyback off of Representative Woodcock's question, would you see legal or constitutional issues arising from the state possibly trying to develop competencies or guidelines around a religious education?
This is, thank you for the question, Representative. If you really want to understand this issue, you do have to do a lot of reading on it. One of the main contentions that came up when the state decided to institute compulsory education, in which everybody had to pay taxpayer dollars into it and then send their kids or pay subsequently extra money to be outside, was that they basically took over a religious role in the society at the time. And so the Supreme Court in a 1948 case basically stated that church education, whether it's parochial through the Catholic Church or, a Baptist school or whatever, was really an extension of that church because it performed certain church-related functions. Where the state could not step in and create its own church, according to the federal constitution, in competition to other churches, and then require taxpayer funds to go into it, and then force everybody to go to their church or pay extra to go to their own church, they did by extension create this kind of tension and conflict when they did that with the school system, because they did go into direct competition with educational schools. And so there's always been this tension between the two as to what institutes the role of the state and what institutes the role of the religion, how the free exercise clause, your ability to practice your own religion when in a school building comes into play, what a teacher's role is, what they have the freedom to do in their classroom when religion comes into play. Because when you say that the state is basically the state is overseeing the establishment of religion through the school system, or trying to keep that from happening in that way, in total competition with the church itself. Those lines get really, really blurry, really, really fast. And so I think that with Zorach and Clausen, what they said essentially was there has to be a place for religious education to exist during the school day. It can happen off of site, and so long as it's not on the taxpayer dime. But yeah, I don't know that the state would have any say in particular on what the religion could or could not teach during that time. I think that would go against the Constitution, and so it's the difficulty in marrying these two things together, and one of the reasons why we've had so much trouble with it in the past.
Thank you. Further questions? For not thinking what you're going to do today, Pat, you certainly got.
Thank you so much for your time. I apologize for extending your day a little bit more, but I think it is an important concept, and I hope that the committee gives it some serious consideration.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have any other cards on this bill? Is there anybody in the public here that wanted to speak to this bill? If not, we're closing it down. And we're going to go on to 552, relative making incentive grants for school districts that improve in certain assessment scores. So 552. Representative Moffitt, you are here. Welcome to education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy to be here. Very impressed by Representative Simon, just coming in out of nowhere and doing what he did. He's welcome to stay around and introduce this bill, perhaps, or not. For the record, again, I'm Representative Mike Moffitt of Merrimack District 4, the beautiful towns of Canterbury and Loudon. So to get right through this, I believe in public education, served us well over the many years. I went to public schools. My kids had a great public school experiences here in Concord. I served on the public school board. I taught in public post-secondary institutions. I served 2 terms in this committee. So public education is a big part of my journey, and I care about it. And I see it being in trouble. Test scores are down, public support is down, enrollment is down, partly due to demographics, but for other reasons as well. Homeschooling numbers have skyrocketed, charter schools have proliferated. The response to the new EFA option has been overwhelming. So why are all these things happening? And I'm sure there are a number of reasons for all this.
Because they get a big.
No, let's.
I'll take that question, Mr. Luno, Representative Luno. We'll come back. I'll be happy to come back to that. But my feeling is that we need to have some new thinking. We hear a lot about innovation in education, and to some folks that means like taking the walls down in schools and that type of innovation. But honestly, again, having been in this education culture, in some areas, innovation just is really hard to manifest itself. In public education, where public spending is now approaching $20,000 per student per year, $20,000 per student per year. And there's a perception, fair or not, that schools don't celebrate or promote achievement as they might. Some schools have eliminated valedictorians. Some schools have done away with honors tracks. So there's that perception that many schools teach to the lowest common denominator. We've all heard that. How true is it? I'm not sure. Every district is different. There's a perception that the lowest common denominator is tied in with equity. And there's a fear that sometimes proselytizing takes place, that schools focus on less, the school focus is shifted away from academics and into other areas, diversity, equity, inclusion, climate change, on and on. So we've heard parents tell us, in some cases in this committee, in tears, that their kids are not being challenged in school. So many of us want to look at this, address this, help this, and I think we've made some nice steps. I think the unified sports measure, the gifted student measure, the civics bill that are all law are good steps that parents applaud. So I know this committee gets about 100 bills a year, but again, how many of those bills deal with teaching or learning or pedagogy? And by education, I mean learning, I mean achievement, I mean academic excellence. things that parents really care about. And this is a bill that's about learning and achievement. HB 552 establishes a fund whereby the DOE can create a mechanism to reward schools that demonstrate measurable improvement in math achievement. Representative Hobson and I chatted with some folks at DOE about this incentive grant concept a couple of years ago, and there was talk about formulas and which assessments to use and how to implement, et cetera, et cetera. We eventually realized that statute is not necessarily the place to put in overly prescriptive definitions as to how to move this measure forward. We saw our job as simply to raise awareness about this approach to celebrate improvement and encourage improvement, to shine a light on the concept of rewarding achievement, to find funding, and to task DOE with working out the details in cooperation with relevant stakeholders. So once a formula is established and published, then schools would not compete against each other. And this bill came up last term, so I'm repeating all this stuff that some of you have already heard. It's not about competing against other schools. It's simply about trying to improve their own results based on their own baselines. So there's only rewards here. There's no punishment. Of course, there'll be some statistical issues. This has come up before. What if a school is already performing relatively high? Then the room for improvement, according to the formula, will be different from a school that's performing relatively poorly, which I totally understand that. Of course, but that's the intent of this initiative. The schools that are really doing really poorly will more easily qualify for a reward. So again, we shouldn't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I'm sure all kinds of questions will again come up, which is fine. That's why we're here. And I see Representative Simon is left, unfortunately. I was hoping he might stick around. So we in the past, we've had a formula where we give school districts money if their third grade reading scores are down. So how well do we monitor the results of the many millions of dollars that we've sent to schools with low third grade reading scores? Is there much in the way of accountability? Folks who want charter schools to be accountable for their spending fairly ask about accountability and transparency. Shouldn't that also apply to the third grade reading scores and all the money that is directed that way? Is there data on how this extra money is used? Has the extra spending made a difference with the third graders? Has the extra money in fact gone to reading programs as one would assume it would? That was the reason that we're giving money to schools with the low third grade scores. Some see that as a perverse incentive, and I get that. Schools do poorly, you give them money. We want to think that we could also have room for a small program where schools do well and they get rewarded. So back to HB 552. So if incentivizing achievement improvement results in a school winning a $50,000 reward or award, what will that mean? Number one, it means a nice chunk of money for the district to spend as it wishes. Number two, it means that the school winning the award will have reason to celebrate. The whole school community. Self-esteem, morale, pride could only improve. Number three, parents would be thrilled if the school that their child or children went to won an award because of improvements in this area. Parents would love that. Number four, lessons can be learned and shared. Win, 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 win. So folks might ask, if this gets into place and a school improves their scores, and some folks will say, so what happened? How did you improve your scores? Well, that's kind of the cool thing about this, if it moves forward. Maybe the school created a math team, like the school I once taught at had, that went to math meets. Maybe they created some sort of innovative peer tutoring initiative. Maybe they created a math club that might involve alumni, parents, engineers, technicians, accountants, people who use math, who can speak to the relevance and value and utility of math. Well, again, I've heard many students say, why do I need to know this algebra stuff? I'm never going to need that. Well, I think it's important to help students understand the utility and the value of math. On and on, all kinds of possibilities. And whatever truly effective approaches that award-winning schools develop can be shared and emulated. And finally, this bill was introduced last year with Senator Urnham's study. I was part of the subcommittee that met several times, and we spent a lot of time on this. One of the changes that we made reflected some input we got to specifically focus on math. And the subcommittee voted to recommend OTP, and then in October, this whole committee, or the Education Committee in October, endorsed the OTP recommendation from the subcommittee. So I hope that the time that people spend in subcommittees and then with subsequent full committee endorsements, I hope that means something. Otherwise, why would anyone want to work on a subcommittee if all that work is for naught? So I think we need that new paradigm. People are watching and others will watch later, and they're hoping that we can do some stuff that can really make a difference. And I'd be happy to take questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, Representative Moffett. Are there questions? Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Moffett. Definitely recognizing good work is so very important, and I'm sure there are more successes than we even give credit for, right? So my question is, how could this bill be equitable in awards with districts who can afford full staffing in a math department versus those districts who can't afford the full staffing?
Sure, thank you for the question. And I kind of touched on that a little bit because I acknowledge that all schools are different. Some are in different places. Some have more resources. And I think that it's my earlier comment in that area, a school that lacks resources that has more room to improve. They really have an advantage, I think, over schools that are already performing well, that have the resources. And so getting back to innovation, schools that maybe lack those resources, this is an opportunity, if this gets into place, to pull in, as I said, parents, statisticians, engineers, whatever, and pull them in to be part of the process of raising awareness and focusing attention on math. So I understand your point, and hopefully I explained it enough a couple of times to acknowledge that schools are different, and that that shouldn't stop us from trying to give DOE a chance to put a formula into place.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. Representative Moffett, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm glad I didn't take your advice last time. That being said, Mike, I'm looking at line 8789 on the page 1 of the bill, and it talks about the student performance improvement. If I recall, Bill, similar to this last session, it dealt with providing those. You with me? I'm on page, the main page. It's under number 2. That area. Last time it talked about taking schools that are doing well and giving them a reward for doing well, basically helping those that are good to be better. I didn't make any acknowledgement of those who are poor are getting better. But I'm trying to determine if this is the exact same language, because I'm reading it differently in my mind. When I look at lines 8 and 9, it talks about test scores which documents improvement. So is the intent of this bill equal for school districts that are doing very, very poorly and show improvement equally eligible for this fund? Or is it just school districts that are already doing well and it's a reward for doing well?
Sure, thank you for the question. It's one that we tried to speak to before. And it's a good question. And it brings us back to the formula that is not part of this legislation. Formula TBD, to be determined by the Department of Education with input from stakeholders. Every school, if this moves forward, I anticipate the formula would establish a criteria, in other words, a baseline. It'll take a year of math scores in whatever year. And then that's the baseline. So if they improve by 5%, 10%, whatever the formula arrives at, then every school competes only against itself. So whatever the baseline cumulative score is for math scores, then if they, again, as you just said, as they improve by a certain percentage, they'll get the reward. The tricky part about that is the good questions, like that's a good question, about the formula. And so in terms of arriving at the formula, that's something that we need, as I said, Department of Education to have the latitude to develop. When we first started working on this, we were dealing with that type of question. We were trying to come up with formulas and prescriptive language. We finally figured out that the way to move this forward is to find some funding for it, get it into statute, and then instead of getting down in the weeds and putting into statute the formula, trust DOE to come up with a formula that works. If that addresses your question somewhat.
Somewhat, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing this bill forward. I'd like to clarify a little bit based on Rep. Woodcock's question. Obviously, the formula will be left for the Department of Education, but it's pretty clear right here in the language that the metric being measured is not to be how good a school is doing, but improvement.
Correct.
So that said, the schools doing the not best, the worst you could say, who have the most room to improve, are the most likely to receive grant because they have the most room to improve. Would that be correct?
Yes, I think I tried to state something to that effect earlier, yes.
Yes, thank you.
I have a question for you, Representative Moffitt. The grants which a school district receives are, and I liken it a little bit to what we received, the state $650 million in ESSER money and et cetera, all the stabilization grants we received. There are some uses within that the district had to comply with in order to use the money. How are you going to, or is it your thought that a district not receive this grant money, then use it to fix our roof? Or should it be used for instruction?
Sure. And again, after, in a few minutes, this bill will belong to this committee, and obviously the committee can amend it or not as it wishes. My personal vision is that the reward go to the district and they can do whatever they want with it. It's a local control issue, and the thing is, if they get 50, there could be 20 $50,000 awards if this $1 million moves forward. And my feeling is that the schools could use it for anything they want locally. Now, if the committee wanted to get in the weeds a little bit and require that the award or the reward be dedicated to something academic or math, I mean, that would be up to you. But again, my vision is just reward the schools and let the districts do what they want with the award.
They can't put a monument up front to Representative Moffitt?
I think they could. That is a local control decision.
Representative Cordiello.
Thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious as to the reasoning as to why this is limited to mathematics and doesn't include like reading and language arts improvement.
That's a good question. And the answer is that as part of the interim study process, we get some input from some esteemed people who suggested that we narrow the focus to math. So that's how that came about. But if the committee, the bill is math specific. If the committee wanted to broaden that, again, that would be up to the committee.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
And I do want to just say that when Representative from the North Conway area said he was glad he didn't take my advice, that was not an academic issue. That had to do with the Super Bowl in Philadelphia not winning. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Have a good one. Okay, Brian Hawkins from the NEA New Hampshire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Brian Hawkins, representing NEA New Hampshire today. The state's education dollars that it has available to them are very precious, and as we know, they are not unlimited. As this committee well knows, as you're looking to see how to improve the state funding formula for an adequate education. If the state has, by the way, I'm here today in opposition to the bill. I forgot to state that at the front. If the state has $1 million to spend with regard to improving performance on mathematics, I think it would be better spent first to make sure that there are enough available math teachers and paraprofessionals in our schools before we appropriate it for this type of a program. There are, as we know, there's a shortage of paraprofessionals and other staff that we've discussed in this committee before, and helping school districts, making sure that there are qualified individuals who are able to help our students, that the legislature ought to prioritize that first. Making sure that they have the necessary equipment to learn the math, science, STEM skills as well. Broadening an ELO program that they might have or want to start. I think that would be maybe a more appropriate usage of the $1 million that this bill is suggesting to appropriate. So I'll close my testimony there and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. I got a question for you. Is it wise for a school district to use one-time grant monies for activities which may involve labor or ongoing expenses?
I will tell you, anytime that type of expenditure is requested, it is often met with hesitancy because of that very reason, that the one-time funds, and so I would say no.
So in follow-up, if you were a building school board member or school district board member or a principal that received this grant, could you find ways to use money such as this towards instruction or curriculum on a one-time basis in your school?
I think it would be difficult. I think there are a lot of schools have been doing, I think, with some of the one-time funds that they've been receiving, have been attempting to use those funds in ways that don't encumber long-term unsustainable expenditures. But I think that there are ways to address, for example, some of the legislation we're going to be talking about this afternoon in subcommittee. I think there are one-time usages of funds that would be more appropriate.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Woodcock.
Just a clarification. I don't, from your comments, I must have missed it. I don't see where this says this is only one-time funds to the school.
My question was whether it should be used for one-time activities or activities which are going to require dollars in later years, where we know that the grant money is a one-time deal.
But, okay, to clarify that then, but in this particular request, it doesn't say the school couldn't receive it annually if they win, right?
It'd be great if they could get it annually.
So it's not a one-time request. I guess that's my point. There's nothing here that stipulates that the school can only get it once.
I think it's just suggesting you can't rely on it.
Unless I missed it here.
It's going to be money's appropriated for a biennium. So this thing, is it an ongoing deal for biennium after biennium? I don't know.
I see what you mean. Okay. And that's the one. Thank you.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Is this type of program in place in other schools? I mean, in other states?
I'm aware of legislation that has been filed in other states, but I'm not aware of other states that have a program like this.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other pink cards for this bill? Not seeing any, we will close the hearing and move on to HB 371. establishing a commission to evaluate and recommend standards for public schools. Representative Luno, you're
I owe you a
recognized.
pink card.
You can fill that out when you're done.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, David Luno, representing the people of Merrimack County District 9, which are the towns of Hopkinton and Bow. This bill before you right now, House Bill 371, is very timely, and I'll get into to exactly why that is. But before I get into that, I want to talk a little bit about. Well, I want to sort of set the stage as to how our public schools are doing, how our public school students are doing across the state. And before I was on the Education Committee, I didn't have a lot of familiarity with the NAEP scores and our state assessment tests, and there have been some changes over the last handful of years, including what we use to assess how our students are doing at the 11th grade. Now we're using the SAT tests to do that, but going back quite a while, New Hampshire students perform among the best in the country, and but recently, and when I talk about among the best in the country, I'm talking about top 5, and I'm talking statewide. I'm not saying every student in every district or even the average student in every district is performing tops in the country, but statewide, our average student performance is right up there, tops among all other states. During and since the pandemic, we've probably seen some slippage in that, and I think there are other factors that probably has contributed to that too, such as the number of new programs that have been introduced over the last few years that have so little accountability and oversight that it's hard to tell whether they're even relevant to public education. But even with all that, even with the pandemic, even with some of these unaccountable programs without any oversight, our kids are still way above the national average, and New Hampshire is among a small number of states that receive that distinction on the NAEP website, and you can take a look it up, NAEP, and it's also, I think, referred to by the U.S. Department of Ed as the nation's report card, and so our on average our students perform really well. The problem is it's just not happening everywhere, and there is a strong correlation. We learned this in our study back in 2020. Strong correlation between how students are performing and pockets of families with low income, low socioeconomic situations, and lack of community resources. And so a little policy, a booklet called Policy Points, which I think probably everybody received over the last month or so, and it's put out every couple of years by the New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute. Actually makes a policy comment on this, and it says, by directing more resources to districts with lower property values and students with lower incomes, the state could help address issues of education inequity, which is student outcomes, and strengthen New Hampshire's workforce future. So you can see how important how we go about offering public education is not only to our students and their futures, but to our economy here in New Hampshire. And so anyway, how our public schools go about performing their jobs is tied closely with not only everything that's in Representative Tanner's law book that we all have in front of us, but also the implemented through rules that are adopted by the State Board of Education. And now I'm really in an area where I've never taught in I've never taught in a school before. I've been on a school board. I've never been an administrator in a school. So I'm really sort of coming up to the edge of my, my competence in this area. But I believe a lot of these are called, quote, the ED rules. And these are the rules that the New Hampshire Department of Education use for approving schools as public schools in the state. And I'm sure, although I don't have any direct knowledge of this, but I'm sure over the decades and decades and decades that these rules have been developed and evolved and changed over time to reflect maybe more, how we go about understanding how students learn, what they need to learn, what's relevant to our economies, and things like that. And currently, my understanding is that these rules are again in the process of being redeveloped, looking at certain things that are currently requirements, maybe recategorizing them as expectations, and I guess the big question is how would changes to our state's education rules impact students and their outcomes, not just on the NAEP and SAT scores, but in their outcomes as successful people in New Hampshire and in our economy, and their ability to contribute to, I think, all the things that we find important in New Hampshire and across the country. So currently the changes, I think, are being developed now, but not necessarily in full public view, and not necessarily in a collaborative way with stakeholders that may include, I think, experts in a number of different fields, but also members of the public and students who are obviously important stakeholders in this mission. This committee, by somebody sitting right where I am now, was promised several weeks ago that we would have copies of the draft standards, and to date, I don't believe we have seen anything. But most importantly, what House Bill 371 does is really get to how you go about responsibly making changes to our ed rules consistent with all of the laws in Representative Tanner's Green Law Book that we all have in front of us, and doing it in a way that meets the needs of our students, our families, and our economy, and in a way that I hope preserves or not preserves, but is consistent with the tradition of excellence that we've had here in terms of student outcomes in New Hampshire over a long period of time. So the bill is very straightforward and now I'm just on page 1 of the bill. I'm not going to go through it in agonizing detail, but it basically establishes a commission to evaluate and recommend the education standards, the rules used to approve public schools, and it includes a couple members of the House, 1 member of the Senate, and then you can sort of go down and see, I'm sort of in the middle of page 1, different experts in the field of education, whether they're teachers, behavioral health practitioners, school counselors, a nutrition director, administrators. And then over on page 2, special education advocate, a business representative. I know the representative from the BIA on the School Funding Commission was very important had a very important role in that. It's got a couple of parents, it's got a couple of students, and among the responsibilities and how the commission acts, and I know this is very important, it acts as an independent commission, and that means it's independent of the legislature. I mean, yeah, it's got 3 legislators on it, but it's got stakeholders on it, and it is not being driven by any political force. It's independent of that. And then among its charge, it includes recommend a minimum standards for public school approval. I think that's the predominant one, but very important that it also considers other input and look at other things that may be relevant to make sure that we've got that we're among the best public schools in the country. So and providing our students with those opportunities. Going on to page 3 at the top is a reporting section. Where a preliminary report would be submitted to a number of different folks by June 1st, 2024, and a final report by November 1st, 2027. And actually annual reports submitted every year between 2024 and 2027. And then finally, the entire process would sunset on November 1st, 2027, commensurate with that final report. I noticed there's an error in on line 17 of section 3, where Roman 1 should say section 2 of this act shall take effect November 1st, 2027. And for new members to the legislature, the way we've traditionally done sunsetting is through a repeal provision. So that repeal provision is on line 14, section 2, which repeals the entire thing, and that section 2 would not take into effect until November 1st, 2027. So that gives it the full life cycle of a establishment of a study commission, the work of the study commission, the deliverables of the study commission, and then the repeal once that work is done. So I'm happy to take some questions. I think there's hopefully a few people that I think probably have a lot more experience in this area, that where anything detailed with respect to the work that's being done right now by the department could be asked, but I'll take what you got here. Thank you.
I'll open up with one question for you just to get some clarification. Is this about the minimum public school approval standards only or academic standards? Because there's 2 types of standards which are approved by the state board. I don't see the academic standards mentioned within, so it's just 306.
That's the intention of this. Correct.
Thank you. Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If it's all right, I have 2 questions. They're different. First question is, we can refer to page 2, line 17, where it states under Commission shall, it talks about pre-kindergarten through grade 12. Are we suggesting here through this that the commission is going to look to expand the definition of an adequate education from current things to include pre-kindergarten?
So thanks for the question. I think the commission could certainly be looking at that. The state does have a requirement to provide pre-kindergarten for certain groups, and I think with stipulation that no more than 50% of the students in a pre-K program can be not special education students. So I think there may be some people that can answer that question in greater detail than I.
Thank you. And if I may, the second question, referring same page, line 32, same, it's talking about the requirements of the commissioner, what they shall do. It says promote within the schools and the general population of the state implementation of the minimum standards for public school approval. Is this talking about like a, I don't know, like a messaging campaign to the population of the state to get them on board with this? What are we talking about?
Yeah, I think it's basically transparency that that people in New Hampshire should be I don't use this word a lot, but I think I should be proud of our public schools and recognize the fact that we've got minimum standards for school approval that don't make it easy to run a public school. We've got school administrators here with us, Representative Woodcock, Representative Cascadden, and you know, I remember the superintendent. I'm sure Dr. Cascadden has said this. You know, that schools operate in a highly regulated environment, and I think a lot of that is there for consumer protection, to make sure that that students are receiving the you know a public education that's relevant to our economy, relevant to their futures, and at a level that that is going to put them, you know, in an environment where they can learn and they can have strong outcomes.
And if I may, just a very brief follow up on that. Because of course it's one thing to have a commission that looks at this stuff and present a report that the general public can then look at it. But can you speak to the propriety of doing something like a messaging campaign to the general public to try to get them on board with something?
Well, I think it's probably best done in contrast to what's being done right now, which is behind closed doors. Like I said, we still haven't received a copy of a draft report that's supposed to go before the State Board of Education for review and approval in who knows when, but I heard maybe even within the next number of weeks. So we haven't seen anything right now. Certainly, I think work that is used to define public school approval and what $2 billion of public property taxpayer, $3 billion total of New Hampshire taxpayer money goes to support. It should be done with out there where people can see it and people eyes wide open know what's going on.
Thank you.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Since I'm new here, so I'm going to ask a pretty basic question. I think, how are the standards currently updated and who is currently involved in doing it?
So thank you very much for the question. I think there's probably people that follow that can better answer that question. Just at a high level. I believe my understanding is that the Department of Education has contracted with a consultant to manage that, you know, the whole operation. And beyond that, I really don't know how it's being done. It's certainly not being done in a way that's been transparent or you know, or collaborative.
Thank you.
I got a question. I'm looking at the commission makeup. He ran out of letters in the alphabet when you were doing just about, but of course that's pretty unwieldy. 25.
Yeah, would you believe I actually got a response from someone that said, why am I not on the haven't I been named to the commission too?
Well,
and it's somebody that comes into this committee quite a bit.
You've indicated a lot of different organizations, but you've neglected to include the community college system in New Hampshire, or even the university system in New Hampshire, which are teacher preparation programs, and you know that's where they come from.
Yeah, no, thanks very much, Representative Ladd. I wholeheartedly agree with you that both the community colleges, and I chair one of the community college boards, and I'm on a University of New Hampshire board as well, and that they are absolutely stakeholders in this mission, and they feel firsthand, and as we learned a couple of weeks ago with the math communities bill, firsthand if schools aren't able to do their jobs in a way that brings students onto college campus where they're ready to learn math at a college level. So I absolutely agree with your thoughts on this.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Tanner?
Thank you for bringing this bill forward. And I also want to comment on the fact that the commission does have a tremendous range of stakeholders, maybe even adding the college and the community college system as that. Could you comment on how unwieldy a large commission like this might be or might not be, and what kind of results comes from a large commission like this based on your experience with a large commission?
So thanks for the question. The commission that concluded in this report for school funding was a 1-year commission, and we had 17 members on that commission, including Representatives Ladd, Myler, and Cascadden from this room, and to be completely honest, when we started out, we met in January. We started meeting in January of 2000, and we met in the finance room, room 210, and 211, 212. Yeah, down at the end. Everybody knows where it is, and you really needed that type of size to do that. And we had a number of people that would attend these commission meetings as well, because of obviously the statewide importance of the work that we were doing, as well as the work that this commission would do. During the pandemic, we switched over to Zoom for the balance of the meetings from I think end of March right through when the committee's work was done on December 1st, 2000. And from a management standpoint, I chaired that committee. I felt it was easier to conduct business via Zoom, but probably because I also got used to that as well. And Zoom gives you some meeting management tools that helps it to move along. It also allowed, I think, tremendous participation from various stakeholders across the state, whether they were superintendents, building administrators, teachers, parents, members of different school boards, advisory councils, and things like that, to be able to watch the meeting and also contribute through public comment. And while none of that management detail is specified in the bill, I don't think there's anything that would necessarily prevent a committee or commission from meeting in a hybrid mode, much like what we're doing in these meetings, so that at least from a transparency standpoint, the public would be able to see government in action.
Further questions, Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to make one comment on the independent nature of the commission. For the committee's sake, since we have new people here, there is, the other option is to have a legislative committee. And a legislative committee would only involve, at the table, legislators. And the problem with that, I believe, especially in something like this, is that the only way you get voices from other groups is through testimony. By having an independent commission, you include those voices at the table. And that is a major change in how you would conduct the business here. And I think when Representative Luno talked about the School Funding Commission, that was the intent of that, was we wanted to get those voices that are directly involved in this at the table and not just giving a testimony then walking away. They're engaged in it. So I would commend your independent nature on this because I think this is important as you begin to look at standards. There's no question here, but as you begin to look at standards, having voices at the table that are involved in implementing those standards, I think is very important. And thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Representative
Are
Mott.
there further questions? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Representative Mott. Thank you very much. President Moses, I'm assuming that the information, but I want to be sure. Is it your intent that these commission meetings will be open to the public?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Sarah Robinson.
Everyone, how we doing? Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to all of you today. My name is Sarah Robinson. I'm the Education Justice Campaign Director for Granite State Progress. I'm also a school board member for the Concord School District, though I am here in my capacity as an individual and not on behalf of the district. I'm a graduate of New Hampshire Public Schools and also a parent to 2 elementary school age children who attend our local public school. I am here as a strong supporter of quality education and as a parent, and I am asking that you vote HB 371 as ought to pass. The 306 rules, which Representative Luneau mentioned, touch on every aspect of a student's public school experience, from the lunch that they will eat in the school cafeteria to the professional development their educators receive, and literally everything in between. Currently, our Department of Education is undergoing the process of revisiting those rules in a way that has been opaque and exclusive of public oversight and participation. Meetings and minutes are not easily accessible. The draft of the rules and process are shared only with a narrow group of people and are inaccessible to parents and students. Our organization is one of many that signed a letter which was presented to the State Board of Ed asking for a halt or a revision of the 306 process. HB 371 would correct the errors of the process currently underway. The suggested participants as listed in the bill, which we were talking about, it's a large group of people, but it is inclusive and it is mindful. In particular, the inclusion of parents and students. As a parent of 2 elementary school aged kiddos, I've been dismayed in the lack of availability of the process and the ability for my voice to be a part of this critical decision-making process. This bill would certainly give myself and other parents across the state the assurance that our concerns and, more importantly, the experiences of our students are being taken seriously. It also allows for a timeline that would enable public participation in and observation of the process. HB 371 affords us an opportunity to do right by our public school system in a way that has been lacking over the past several years. Strong public education requires a strong foundation, which is what these rules can provide. Please show New Hampshire families that you care about quality education and strong public schools by voting OTP on HB 371. Thank you. Yeah, happy to take any
Are
questions.
there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question and for your work. Could you just detail a little bit about your organization and others' efforts to follow the current process and what the barriers have been?
Yeah, of course. So I have the privilege of being able to attend State Board of Education meetings and to watch the rules process as it develops. Many rules processes, like for Holocaust and genocide education, were really well done, very publicly open. Everybody had access to understand the way the process was going and to watch the development of those rules, which were very successful. This, however, the 306 rules has deviated from that standard in a way that I don't know what the draft rules look like. I, as a parent or just a lay person, being able to access this process via the DOE's website is very cumbersome. It is not upfront. It requires a lot of digging. And parents and students from what I am aware of, are not at the table for this conversation. And I think that's a very critical voice that's not being included. And I don't know that there are plans for that to happen outside of the normal public hearing process through the State Board of Ed. I'd like to see those voices incorporated before we get to the final stages of these really critical rules that dictate how public education functions in our state.
Further questions? Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you also please share with us what you know about the presence of educators at different levels on that existing effort?
So I do know that the DOE has had conversations with educators. I believe there's been 1 or 2 meetings. Again, it's not a very transparent process, so I don't have the full scope of what those conversations look like. I don't know what educators are at that table. I trust that folks involved in the process do have the best intentions for our students, but without the public being able to fully know and easily access that information, we don't know what we don't know. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity.
And we'd like to invite David Trumbull.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for having me. My name is David Trumbull. I'm from the town of Ware, representing myself. I support this bill for the reasons that were already stated, but I'll go into a little bit of detail. I just want to be honest, I am not able to access all the information, but what I've been able to have learned, I will use. So I support this bill for 3 reasons. First, it's open and transparent government. Just like this committee here, you have hearings, people, citizens, educators, parents come in. When you deliberate, we can watch it online from home. There's a public record. There's back and forth. With the current DOE plan, there is none of this. There's no public minutes. There's no public meetings. There's no back and forth. If you look at your local school boards, those are elected officials, parents, educators, people who work in the schools go in and testify or speak at their public school board meetings. It goes from the school board to the superintendent and back, and there's back and forth. It's open. The commission that Representative Luno described with school funding, same thing, on Zoom, well attended. That's good government. When you have a chance to hear from people, the citizens have a right to participate and the parents' rights are respected. There's been a lot of discussion about parents' rights in education in this session from both sides. And if you believe in parents' rights, you would want to have education rules that are being debated in public so that everybody knows what's going on. There's no way that you can say I'm for parents' rights on education freedom accounts, but you don't care about the rules being drafted and the parents not having an input. So I think basically what's happening is DOE is trying to legislate in secret, and that's not good governance. Even if you like the results of what they come up with, you wouldn't want that to be the process by which our system runs. Second reason I like this bill is it's not really the main issue, but it does mention the term adequacy. If you look at the commission shall, Roman numeral 3B, determine whether the current minimum standards provide the opportunity for an adequate education for all students pre-K through 12. We need data on adequacy. We debate whether or not the property poor towns are able to adequately educate their children. This bill will have this commission look at that and get you some data. So when those bills come up in the next legislature or the one after that, you'll be able to look at it and say, here's the educational results throughout the state. You can line up the towns from property poor to property rich towns and compare the results. And you'll see that correlation that Representative Luno talked about. But you'll have the hard data to then be able to make good decisions about how to implement the Claremont decision. And I would also ask you to look at, I was able to look at a draft copy online of this bill, of the DOE regs, but in 30606, B1, what they do is eliminate looking at equity gaps in achievement and instead look at the, quote, underperformance of individual students. So in other words, the idea that that the problem is that there's a equity gap between property poor towns and property rich towns, that's going to be like eliminated from our nomenclature, and now it's individual students are underperforming, so it's their fault that they're not doing well in a town that can't provide them their resources. So just the philosophical difference between what Representative Luno's bill proposes, which is to say, let's look at the data, as opposed to we're eliminating the concept of equity from the question completely. I think this would be a good reason why you would want to have this bill, so you can get the data to make good decisions as you do your work over time. The third reason I support the bill is that it protects the civil and educational rights of the students. The copy that I looked at of this new 306 has several areas of concern to me. One is in 30604J, it adds personal learning plans for every student, but there's no explanation of how that interacts with IEPs and 504 plans. Does it replace them with this personal learning plan, and what exactly are the rules governing that? It also takes out in 30604J, the duty to look at the instructional needs of each student based on a number of things, including their development. So it looks like it weakens the rights for special ed students, but there's nothing clearly stating it there. Clearly, we need to know what they're doing at DOD. This bill, by comparison, says that we want to promote an inclusive learning environment at all public schools around the state. So clearly, this bill says special ed students, we're keeping you covered. The current DOE regulations, it's not clear. The second thing is competencies. In 30604B25, it takes out a dozen competencies. No longer, it just completely removes the whole section. Competencies on arts, digital literacy, English, math, physical science, biological science, New Hampshire and U.S. history, New Hampshire and U.S. government and civics, economics, personal finance, world history, geography, health and physical education. All those things are removed in the new 306. What is this, a backdoor approach to basically hollowing out the public schools, that parents can get together with their children, put together a bundled plan to go do what they want to do, but at the end of the day, they don't know English and math and history? That's ridiculous. We should have competency standards that make sense, like Representative Luno testified. We have a great school system in this state. Why would you want to tear down something that's working and eliminate competencies in all of these basic areas? So children, by the time they're in 7th grade, could just leave the public school, go do what they want to do, and nobody cares if they know anything about history or math or geography. That doesn't make any sense. So this bill would make sure that doesn't happen. A third area I'm concerned about is LGBTQ students. This bill talks about an inclusive learning environment. However, in the proposed draft 30606A4, it takes out protected classes for race, ethnicity, and gender and replaces it with a language saying any and all stereotypes and biases. Now, you could say, well, any and all would include everything, but we all know that a general phrasing of any and all isn't worth much. If you're in a protected class, you want to have your class specifically mentioned. I mean, just consider that. We had to pass the Civil Rights Act to make sure black people could vote in this country. Women were denied the right to vote. LGBTQ people needed same-sex marriage. You need to have specific legislation, or else people who are in these protected classes lose their rights. The proposed regulations weaken that. We don't know what the impact would be, but it could be very detrimental. And it's worth pointing out that as of today, according to the CDC, 22% of high school students identify as LGBTQ. So you're talking about 1 in every 5 students who may lose rights under the new DOE rules. The last issue is the discipline policy. The regs in 30606B2 completely removes the system that says we will establish, right now it's just the status quo, we establish a fair and equitable code of discipline that is fairly and consistently implemented. So they're getting rid of the code of discipline that is fair and equitable, fairly and consistently implemented. So what difference does that make? If you're a student of color or if you're a student with a disability, you are disciplined much more dramatically than people who are not. So I'll just give you a few statistics to finish up. up here. The Carsey School of Public Policy at UNH did a report called The Exclusionary Discipline Highest in New Hampshire Urban Schools. What they say is that exclusionary discipline affects 11 to 12% of students between grades 8 to 12. So this is a lot of students. Over 10% of our students either get in-school suspension or out-of-school suspension. But who does it affect? They looked at the length of exclusion for students of color. It's over 2 times greater for in-school and 2.7 times greater for out-of-school. They looked at students with disabilities for non-disabilities. With no disabilities, the rate is from 1 to 5%. For those with disabilities, it's from 11 to 51%. In other words, students with disabilities and students of color get disciplined more often. And it's Concord Monitor did a report reported on our study from the Juvenile Justice Reform Project that said students of color in New Hampshire twice as likely to be disciplined. Students of color with disabilities over 5 times as likely to be disciplined. And there's study after study going on and saying the same thing for basically the same behaviors. And usually it's just for minor infractions. The American Psychological Association did a report called For Black Students, Unfairly Harsh Discipline Can Lead to Lower Grades. 26% of black students compared to only 2% of white students were suspended for minor infractions. That's like dress code and using your cell phone in class. So the result is it impacts people dramatically. So if they eliminate this entire clause from the 306 rules, there's nothing in place, the rules that says we have to have a fair and impartial discipline policy. But these are all things that would come out if they had an open discussion, if they let the public participate, if they had back and forth with people, if they invited people in rather than excluding people from making the rules. They're trying to legislate from a little room with a small group of people. What you're doing here every single day is the right way to do it, and that's why I support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Trumbull. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to clarify the draft rules. Those are on the state website.
I found them through a nonprofit education organization that had a link to them, and I looked at them this morning. So I don't know why you don't have them, and I was able to look at them today. But
so you don't know if they're on the state website?
It was not. I'm sorry, I don't have my laptop with me, and I'm just not from. But I mean, it was. I would have printed it, but it was so long. It would have been 100 pages, and I really didn't have time to do that this morning. But it's clearly 306, and it's etched out in red and crossed out and replaced with this. So it's the real thing. I don't know where I have that data for you, but I think you should have access to that. If I can look at it, everybody here should have access to that.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Trumbull, the testimony you just gave, particularly with some of the citations you made, is that going to be submitted to the clerk, or could you forward an email? Because some of those I'd like to look at.
Sure. If I send it to you by email, would that be sufficient?
Send it to the chair, to the whole committee.
To the whole committee?
Yeah. Thank you so much.
I will do that tonight.
That's all handwritten right now?
Yeah.
Well,
No, don't do that then.
No. Can you just have a PDF them or make a copy of it?
I'll tape something up and then send it to you tonight.
We don't want you to have to do all that.
Yeah, no.
You can scan and take a photo of it, and if you take a photo, then you can send that attachment to us.
All right, I will send you something today.
All right, okay. Are there further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other folks that have pink cards?
But that nonprofit was referring to.
Wait a minute, just sit down and
Oh, right. Sorry. My son's back there, so I'm a little thrown off there.
introduce yourself for the record, please.
Sure. My name is Christina Pretorius. I am the policy director with Reaching Higher New Hampshire. And to answer that previous question, that draft is available on the Reaching Higher website. It is a draft that was made available on January 13th of this year.
I think I heard the question. It's not on the DOE website.
To my understanding, it is not.
Okay, further questions of Christine? Thank you very much.
Thanks. Should I still fill out a card?
Yeah.
I think, if I may, would it be appropriate for this committee to have a chance to have whoever is drafting these 306 rules, which are critical to education, to come before this committee and have a chance to hear what, in fact, what's going on? I mean, Mr. Trimble he has given us more information about these 306 rules than we've ever heard before, and it's foundational to the future of education. I mean, is that something, I realize we've got a very full agenda here, but on the other hand, this is critical to what's.
We've had Department of Education here, and they've indicated that they would be provided to us within a period of time. I think that's what we're waiting for. If in fact they do not arrive here within, a certain time that's, not too far out from here, because we're supposed to have them right now. If not, then we can contact them and have them come and present what they're going to present to the State Board of Education, to this committee as well.
Thank you. I look forward to that session.
Further discussion on this bill from the committee? Okay, thank you very much. This hearing is closed. And we'll break for lunch and we'll come back right around 1:15.
Yes, thank you. So, yep, do I?
Don't ask to be recognized.
Okay, thank you. Do I need the microphone on? Yeah, okay. Good. Okay, so, we did seek to broaden it based on feedback from superintendents. This past year, we had a number of instances where superintendents applied, for example, for a one-year certificate for a school librarian or a digital learning specialist, and they're not eligible under the way that the current statute is written and the proposal initially.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
logical, I think.
If I could also mention, Chair, I forwarded you an email this morning from Superintendent Ronna Hasbrook in Groveton supporting the bill. And that was a result of my meeting with the North Country superintendents on Thursday morning. I was up in Whitefield at their meeting, and they were very excited about this bill. Same thing, the day before I was at the Lakes Region Superintendent's meeting. There was also some excitement in that room as well with this bill. I asked both groups, if you have comments, please email me and I'll forward them to the chair. So far, I've received that one. So.
Okay. And going down from lines 12 to 14, I don't think that's anywhere a change. On the amendment, A, B, and C are also just as they were in law. And then we have 1A is same as it was, Roman 2, Roman 3, Roman 3A, is, I think that's the same as it was introduced.
Yep.
And line Roman 4, 23, changing the educator again, teacher, educator license to teacher, And so those are the changes that we have. Do you have any other changes for this, Steve?
No, I think that change from teacher to educator, I think will, again, assist the field a great deal.
Okay. So let's have a little discussion on the mentoring of, no, it's not, but we had that discussion before. And so I thought I heard people saying, is there a need to have a mentor? Sometimes it costs money to have a mentor. Maybe it's just a person next door and they work collaboratively together and it's just, part of the job. The administrator, the supervisor. Is there need to further amend this thing? Are we ready to move on? Okay.
Just one question.
Yeah.
Rather than just talking about mentor in a general sense, I'm wondering if some of the programs that I'm familiar with, we have people who've been paras for 6 or 8 years and they decide they want to move to a teacher's thing and they have the bachelor's degree. And so then sometimes when the school is in need of someone, they turn to this provision and say, we'd like you to teach for a year or something like that. And
in those instances, we would recommend they don't use this law for those paras. So when districts contact us about that type of scenario, we recommend they don't use this law, that instead they put that person on our site-based licensing path, which provides the mentorship and a development plan and gives them the 3 years to gain their teacher license. Because those folks have experience and they already hold a para cert.
I'm glad to hear that, and I'm familiar with at least one individual who had a bachelor's degree in teaching English as a foreign language from a university in Hong Kong. And the school was unclear as to whether or not they could use a degree from Hong Kong. And they weren't entirely conversant with the organization that certifies foreign degrees out of Boston. And so sometimes it takes a little bit more to the equation to make it all add up.
Yeah, thank you. We do have information in our knowledge base on our website that directs individuals who have foreign transcripts to contact us so we can connect them with the Boston organization that you mentioned.
Okay.
So certainly if there's a district, if you think of the district and I can be of help, happy to reach out.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there further need to discuss this bill? No? Okay, let's, because we have some others which are going to be, I think, a lot more,
Could we do,
any order you want.
let's do a 623 since Steve was involved in that.
Yes, okay, good. 623, establish a teacher candidate loan forgiveness program.
Representative Ladd, do you have an extra copy of that bill?
Yeah, I can look. We had an amendment to it.
Yeah, the amendment is really the focus point. 623, yeah, 623.
That was your
That
amendment.
was my bill, yeah, it deals with the reimbursement for teaching in rural or at a high need district, says that the loan reimbursement to the.
Maybe what we need to do is try to see if we can round up. Jen, is there any way we can get a copy of 623, the original as introduced?
And the amendment is really.
We had
what
an
you want.
amendment, I've got a copy of that here.
Existing copies of the bill if anybody needs the bill.
Well, Steve will,
Okay, just one. And a copy of the amendment.
yeah.
You have the amendment there, right?
You got both pages of the amendment?
No, I just need the amendment.
Oh, the amendment. I thought you wanted.
Right here, Jen. Oh, you got one over there, okay.
How many people need a copy of this? I need the amendment.
All right. She's not.
Lindsay doesn't work on Mondays, Fridays.
She's doing May. No, she's doing May. She's doing May.
Yeah, later on. It better be May. My wife's making a quilt for her, a baby quilt. And it'll be before Missouri Quilt gets its act.
Throw the baby there too.
Right.
Yeah.
The state of Maine.
Hang loose, huh?
You want to move on and talk about,
Yeah, she'll be back real quickly here. Just right down the hallway here. Just as a note to everybody here, we did discuss when we're going to be taking up 529. And due to the fact we have the governor presenting tomorrow, and it's our understanding there may be discussion within that presentation of school funding. So rather than executing this on the 15th, the day after the governor does his thing, we're going to wait and do it on the 16th, first thing in the morning. It's already been put in the docket where we can do that, where bills were executing on the 16th. It states basically continued executive session on any remaining bills from February the 15th. So it's scheduled for the 15th. We just won't deal with it on the 15th. We'll wait and do it on the 16th.
Can we do it after the hearings on the 16th, so that if we do have any language we need to work on, we can. Yeah. Rather than first thing.
Yeah, we're gonna have to make sure though that we're gonna have to hustle through those hearings. And because we'll take it up first thing in the afternoon, first thing.
Do you have any idea if we're gonna have any meetings on the week of the 20th? Any meetings?
On the 20th on the 20th, we won't. That's President's Day.
About the schedule for the
That's the week before the spring break. It's probably gonna be a pretty busy week, I would say. What I got to do is as soon as, I get a hold of Lindsay when she comes in tomorrow and next day, I want to find out how many bills we've already heard, how many we already exec, what do we have left? If we have a large number still to hear, and some of the ones we have to hear are bills which are going to draw. Okay, I think we're ready to go ahead. Yeah, will you walk us through Representative Myler 623 amendment?
Yeah, the amendment, excuse me, the amendment replaces the original bill. And it changes it significantly from a standpoint of how the loan reimbursement would take place. We've had some conversation here in the committee about the concern about the forgiveness of loans in general. But I think what this is trying to do is to say, okay, if you're going to go work in a rural district or in an area where there is under-resourced needs like math, science, and Steve, this is what I need here. My understanding is that the department does talk about underperforming schools as well as those high need teacher areas, math, science, et cetera, CTE, et cetera. And so it's to try to provide an opportunity for schools out of our teacher shortage work group, for schools to say, okay, look, if you come teach here, if you want to come to teach here in Littleton, here's what we can do for you. We can provide, we can apply for and get part of your tuition reimbursed. And again, you note that the reimbursement accelerates based upon the number of years you're in the district. So it starts out at $1,500, then $2,500, $3,500, $4,500, total of $12,000 that they say. And my theory here, and may be wrong, but if we can get people to stay in a district, when they finish that fourth year, hopefully they're going to stay in that district because they will have commitments. They may have, maybe purchased a home or have got relationships in the community. So it really is, it's very similar to the NDEA loans that at least maybe Representative Ford and Ladd and myself, since we're the oldest folks here in this on this group.
Oh, wait a minute.
I know that the federal government provided in the late '60s provided this kind of a thing to incentivize folks to teach. And so I think that was kind of in the back of my mind as I looked at the original bill. It says, no, that doesn't really deal with it. This really, I think, is much more focused on what it's all about. So that's kind of that's the intent of it anyway.
Can we go back and discuss, first of all, how you selected the rural underperforming school educator, rural school district, underperforming school? Yes, it is hard if you're rural and geographically isolated to attract. It's hard to attract if you don't have the property base or the salary level to compete against the wealthy district.
Yep.
And of course, if you have an underperforming school, achievement-wise, do these categories capture the three areas I just mentioned?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The low income, which one does that?
Well, I was assuming that some of your rural schools are going to be are not going to be as wealthy as your some of the other districts are.
So you have rural like Waterville Valley?
No.
Disadvantage of school based on the so that, yeah.
Well, Waterville Valley would qualify as a rural school district.
Yes, it would. Yeah.
You only have to have one of those.
Does it really read it? It says using the following criteria. And then it looks at three.
I think it's the word or.
Oh, sorry. I missed the word.
Yeah, so that word or makes it any of the three. The only other issue I would say with rural, and maybe it's just an elimination of A solves it, but the way that this is, I wouldn't want to see a city school potentially be left out.
I think that we discussed, I'm going to close this curtain. I can't see the paper.
But I wonder if just removing rural altogether and using B and C might accomplish the same thing with less confusion.
Say that again, Steve, please.
Eliminate A.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. Page 2, line 3.
Okay.
Takes out Waterville Valley.
Well, you would look at B and C now as qualifiers, B or C, but you would take out A. So Waterville Valley, if they don't qualify under B or C, then it doesn't matter that they're rural.
Are there some rural though that might have a hard time hiring teachers that aren't B and C but aren't Waterville Valley? They're not economically disadvantaged, they're not underperforming, but they're so rural that they don't have a hard time getting teachers to stay, or I don't know. Do you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that there are, I don't know offhand. But it's my sense in talking to superintendents that some of the shortage areas really cut across geography and economics, math, science, special ed. Those really doesn't seem, the only determining factor seems to be the districts that pay the most for those get those folks. It doesn't necessarily come down to, Pittsburgh can't hire them, but Concord can, due to geography. It seems really to be much more compensation.
One of the reasons why rural was in here, that was one of the issues that we dealt with in the teacher shortage work group that we had, that there was a concern about that. So that was, I'm just saying that's why that was in there. That term was used quite a bit.
I would suggest that we turn that phrase around a little bit. An underperforming school educator. You see where the adjective goes? It makes the teacher underperforming, not the school.
Well, it's the kids we're concerned about.
We might want to rephrase that anyway.
You're talking about item eight, on line 8?
Just the use of
Line
those
3.
words, yeah.
What is it? But line 3, enact establishing an underperforming school educator incentive. So we're trying to incentivize underperforming teachers. It should just be educator in an underperforming school.
Line 8, all of them.
Yep, it picks up down there. Yeah, line 8. That too, yeah, it's consistent throughout, every time you do it. You want to move school educator up in front of underperforming, have underperforming in front of the school. It's just the phrase, it's not a substantial point. One thing that concerns me about this is not everybody graduated from a New Hampshire school. And you may have teachers you want to retain who graduated from a school in another state. And I don't know how we can waive their loans since it doesn't come out of our budget.
Well, these grants are coming out of our budget.
School educated.
Oh, the grant would, yeah. So, but, okay, so we just go to them as a grant, not as to pay off their loan.
That to.
Well, that's going to get down into some of the other questions we have. Do we pay them as they go, or do we pay them after they've been in the state 5 years? Or so they don't leave?
That defines it too.
Will they stay in the anticipation of getting the money in 4 years?
Hopefully.
So
Steve, do you have, we discussed this on the teacher shortage committee, and there was this discussion. Do we give a loan out right at the beginning, or do we hold off? Or it's done differently from state to state, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And it seems just, again, very, very loose anecdotal discussions I've had with counterparts around the country, that the yearly is a much more attractive setup than a lump sum at the end. If we say, 4 years from now, you're going to get $25,000, 4 years is a long way away, and legislatively, a lot can happen in that time. So it seems better. I've heard of more success doing it on an annual basis.
Okay.
Email from breakdown on the state of what other states are doing. And I would say the majority of them are, sorry. So I'm comparing this document that Brian Hawkins from NEA did of what the other states are doing. And it looks like a majority of them are at least this amount of money, if not more. And almost all of them are yearly, not cumulative at the end, but pay as you go, basically. At least the way I read it, anyway.
Can I ask a question for you?
I
I ask a question. where it says in the beginning, the DOE shall identify the schools, and then it goes into rural isolation. Does that mean, right at the beginning, while, 1, 2, 3, does that mean, so let's say if it were a Waterville Valley, could they say, they are rural, but they're not economically disadvantaged? Is it all schools that fit this, or does the DOE decide a yes or no on the Waterville Valley?
Well, thank you. I think the current way that it's written, it's or. So they just have to meet one of the three to qualify.
So if they meet number 1, they're in.
They're in. The way that it's currently written. That's how I
Thank you.
read
That
it.
was what I was wondering.
Well, clearly, the intent here is not, is to deal with those who are having a difficult time in hiring teachers. Your example of Waterville Valley, I don't know, I hadn't thought about that, Rick. That's a good point. I'm not sure that they have a problem in hiring teachers in Waterville Valley or not. But that was the intent. And again, we talked about rural isolation as being a problem of recruitment. And I think your superintendents would also concur that that has been a problem, particularly as you deal with those in the North Country or those way over in the northeast part of the state and even the southwest part of the state.
No, it's very expensive to have rural be the focus point of all this. Why wouldn't on page 2 it would be and instead of rural?
It's not just rural.
That's underlying focus.
Well, I think that's one of the one of the things we found, that is one problem. The other problem is those where you have high need teaching areas that are hard to recruit. And I think, I frankly think that that's somewhat comparable. It's not an either or kind of a situation.
I think the original, like the Defense Act that did the teacher loans back in the 60s, they based it on poverty. On if a town had a certain level of poverty, you could possibly tie it to free and reduced lunch. And I think we don't know.
Well, I assume we're gonna have to have standards for all three of these. If it's rural schools, it's gonna be a standard. What's a rural school? There's no other school within 25 miles or.
There's a definition on that talking about what,
Okay.
20
If you have
students.
just rural school, small rural school, this thing's going down the tubes. And why I say that is we had a bill dealing with geographic location and all that way back in the years that Emma Rouse was chair. And Senator Lou D'Alessandro was the one that climbed all over us saying, well, I'm going to start having small schools in Manchester. Because we have the poverty, we have the need. But now you're saying it's got to be geographically isolated or a small school out in the hinterland. So I think we got to be very careful here that we do hit the places where poverty exists.
Yeah.
It may be in the middle of a city.
Well,
that you can't attract.
that's one of the reasons why it's talks about economic disadvantage. That I would think would
Yeah,
hit with
that
the
takes
poverty
care of
piece, yeah. Because that was clearly one of the issues too. So somebody mentioned earlier, well, could a city school get some of this? Yes, they could, based upon the definition here of economic disadvantage.
Mel, does that require you to define the urban school as underperforming?
Well, again, I'm relying somewhat on the department in their definitions, Oliver. I didn't want to get into the total definitions in the law because that's why it was really defers to the department's definition of, need and disadvantage, et cetera. Because I think Steve's shaking his head. Yes, they do that, so that they would be the ones that would
But they
trigger
don't
that.
have to have that tag put around their neck, do they?
When you say that,
That underperforming or,
No, it's
I mean-
or.
well, every year, and it doesn't come out of my division, so I'm only remotely familiar. But I mean, for example, the NAEP scores, right? I know we do all kinds of assessment testing
right.
and we bucket schools based on scores. So
Okay.
I'm relatively certain there's a mechanism here that we identify these schools.
Do that. Yeah, okay.
Matt?
Just go ahead.
So the first page defines rural isolation and it defines underperforming school. But I don't see definition of economic disadvantage except on the page 2, line 4, where they talk about related to Title I. So my question would be, is that adequate definition of economic disadvantage to encompass city schools like Manchester or Claremont? If they didn't qualify, well, Claremont will qualify and be underperforming, but
I may ask my peer director who oversees Title I if that works. Sorry.
it's okay.
So it's this. It's this. Is that sufficient enough to
So Title I funds are distributed based on the U.S. Census Bureau poverty identification. So if that's where you'd want to identify, then I'd say that that's okay. I know there's been a lot of discussion with other pieces of legislation about that determination because it's a U.S. Census Bureau determination versus actual poverty numbers. It's not free and reduced numbers. So you're going to miss that component, that population, and it may not be the way you'd want to go. It's just determined basically on what you'd want to accomplish with it.
So
all schools are going to receive a Title I allocation. Just the amount that is utilized is going to be dependent upon those U.S. Census Bureau numbers.
So if I'm understanding what you're saying, then if all schools are getting some amount of Title I,
No, all schools don't get Title
All LEAs, yes.
I. LEAs,
Yes,
but
not schools.
she's saying
Correct.
schools.
Correct.
thank you for the distinction. And since that's based on Census Bureau data, does that mean it only changes every 10 years?
Correct. I think they also take into account data that is reported at that county level or at that town level, but it's a different set of numbers compared to the free and reduced, and that's a different program. That's U.S. Department of Agriculture, so that's going to be a different determination. So I don't know if you want to go with free and reduced.
Going with U.S. Census sometimes is very, very misleading, especially if you're doing it by county. The area I live in, Grafton County, is poverty. But if you look at Grafton County, it's the second highest, income area in the state because of Hanover, Lebanon, and Plymouth. But when you get to Warren and Rumney and Benton and all those others, it's low. So if you're going to have free and reduced in that particular school district is a better identifier, I believe, than using the U.S. Census.
And this is going to be determined by school.
Yeah, so it has to do with a teacher teaching in a school that meets one of those criteria, getting some loan forgiveness.
So you could have an instance where you had a district, let's say, that has a Title I allocation coming in at the LEA level. So they might determine, okay, we have, 3 elementary schools, a middle school, and a high school. We are going to use our entire Title I allocation to focus on 2 of the elementary schools. And then we'll put all the funds towards supporting that area as opposed to putting any towards the middle or the high school. So it's really a local decision. So when and looking at this a little bit closer, basing it on the school and the determination for Title I may not be what you're hoping to accomplish. You might use a different.
What if we took another way, rather than try to define the deficiency, just say schools identified by the Department of Education as facing exceptional challenges of various kinds? Maybe we just let you decide, make it official.
No. That is so wishy-washy criteria that it's going to be abused.
Be everybody.
Yeah, and yet when we changed from No Child Left Behind and rewrote our rules for ESSA, one of the things we were looking at is Title I. We found out of the high schools, how many high schools at that time were receiving Title I? You could count them on a hand. Very, very few, because the resources were geared down to the grade schools. So where Title I money is not a good way to do this either, I don't believe. I'd rather do it where, especially if we're going to have a good idea where the F&R is, and that we basically do, I think, have a pretty good idea, the number of qualifiers in a school. And I would do it by, I don't know, I'd rather do it by district as truthfully, for allocation of the dollars to attract the LEAs hiring these people, not the school. But the local district is one that's hurting. So use F&R.
And piggybacking on that, it does sound like using F&R is a better measure than using the Title I. But I've been wondering, especially if we do use F&R, we've talked about the fact that we don't see as many kids on the high school level that documentation is completed. But in my districts, the high schools would definitely have teachers they have teacher shortages that should be addressed. So I think
Dave, do you remember
F&R for the district, not
when
per
we
school.
had the finance bill we were putting together and we're doing the slide for those which like 1.2 million, 1.4 million down. Then there was a little added on that I put in there trying to give those schools above that had Title I, there was going to be a little extra given to them. But DOE couldn't come across with that as readily for us.
Right.
I guess either way, if you're looking at free and reduced numbers or you're looking at Title I allocations, and if we're looking at distributing it at the LEA level, I mean, you're going to be looking at Manchester, Concord, Nashua.
Claremont?
Those are going because they have some of the largest. I'm just picking up like the top three because they have the largest population. So therefore, they automatically receive the highest allocation because they're serving a higher number of students that fall into that category.
Right. But I think you could also, Rick, I think you could do it using, and I sort of hesitate referring specifically to free and reduced price lunch. If we could just do that one place in the law and then refer to, because that may change down the road with direct certification. And, but if we could refer to the department keeps has the ratio of free and reduced price lunch to the total ADM.
Yeah.
And just set a cut line somewhere.
I think you could do that. I also think you need to do something to the effect that Pittsburgh, for example, who wants to move to Pittsburgh, where if you've been to the general store up there, you're going to find all the prices are double, although gasoline's cheaper in Pittsburgh than it is in Haverhill. But, it's isolated and you can't have access to a university or a college the way you can if you're living down in Plymouth. So where I've lived before, and I've lived in some very rural areas that you probably don't want to see. The only way you could get there was by boat or by plane. And those were truly geographically isolated, and we gave a huge bonus to people who even come work there. That's different than this state's pretty small. We do have rural areas we have a hard time attracting to, but it's not like some other states that, like in the Midwest, the West, and Alaska.
Or you could tie it to, this would actually bring Waterville Valley back into the equation, but the economic development zones.
Could you tie it to average household income in a given town?
Through the ACS.
Now, average household income would certainly help Lincoln, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Woodstock.
Claremont. Absolutely.
Property values would screw you up. They go up, but the income levels are primarily low. Yeah.
They call it.
Yeah, same.
Income.
But where are you gonna get that data?
The median income.
You only get it from ACS,
What is ACS?
We have that, don't we?
the census.
But if,
So that's the American, what is it, American Community Survey. And, you know, Doug Hall, who's probably done as much research as anybody in New Hampshire on this, has talked about that, how that data is really not so reliable on a granular basis throughout the state. That's why that's why the department doesn't rely on it.
so,
You're really trying to get the economic.
what are we, I'm trying to figure out where we are here. I'm trying to make this as simple as possible. And I mean, so the intent is to provide this program for teachers who be teaching in underperforming schools. You have that data. Let's just use the term, I don't like the term, but economically disadvantaged communities that would eliminate the Waterville Valleys of the world that are small and wealthy. Is there another category? And also the issue of those teaching areas that are in need. What's the term should I use? Not
Critical shortage.
thank you. Critical shortage teachers, yeah.
No, are you using critical shortage interchangeably instead of rural?
No, I'm not at
I don't
all.
mean interchangeably. Is that critical shortage gonna be a third identifier? Take
Yes.
rural out?
Yeah,
I might caution against using critical shortages as A, B, or C, because then you could be faced with Waterville Valley. We've identified a critical shortage in math teachers. Waterville Valley needs a math teacher if you're trying to, using them as an example. Then they would qualify.
so let's use that as an example though. So let's say I have a teacher there and they apply for the reimbursement for the loan. And the department would then determine, well, no, because you may have this math teacher there, but we've got other areas in the queue that have a higher need than Waterville Valley. I'm just trying to figure out how the discretionary from a standpoint of once the application gets to the department and they make some determination of whether or not this is an appropriate allocation of their loan reimbursement. Could that be a trigger point too? Or do you not want to have to make that determination, which I would understand?
I don't think anyone wants us to make that determination. I think that the clearer this can be written,
Exactly.
so it's fairly black and white, because I just envision a scenario where we're going to have educators complaining. Well, what do you mean I don't qualify? What I don't want to do is create a situation is where we have educator against educator,
I agree.
school
with that.
against school.
Absolutely.
So,
What was the first category you read there? That, I'm trying to write down, when we were going through, you start over again, what was the first category?
That was 2 minutes ago, Rick. You think I can remember that? You're that far back?
Underperforming, okay.
Underperforming, right.
Just to mention that, so line 6, underperforming school based on below average NAEP scores compared to statewide averages. So not every school takes NAEP every year.
Yeah.
So that may be an issue, and you may want to look at statewide assessment scores or just leave it at statewide assessment. Just because of that with NAEP, not all schools are taking that every year. And that's just going to be at the 4th grade. And then I think again at 8th grade. So it's not it's not like our statewide assessment system that's being administered third through eighth every year and then at 11th grade.
You would say below average statewide scores?
Yeah, below average statewide assessment averages and remove NAEP scores.
When do we have to have this reported out? It has an FN on it, so that's an early bill, right?
No, let's see, it's 6:23. Hold on.
I'm just trying to figure out the time we have to work on this thing.
That's the number you use.
You would think if you're statewide assessment.
It's not an early bill.
Okay. All right, so, this has been valuable. I think I need to sit down with you guys and, determine this a little bit more, come back with an amendment, yet another amendment.
Do we all agree of underperforming should be part of the equation?
Yes.
Do we all agree property poor should be part of the equation, property poor community? It's gonna be pretty hard to attract them if you don't have, the money to compete. And what about critical shortage?
Poor income. Property poor, property poor,
Yeah, I think so.
okay.
Yeah.
Property poor versus income.
How about the critical need thing? I would think
Critical shortage.
critical shortage, because that,
We keep the critical shortage out of.
These are only one of,
I just wouldn't make it a determining A, B, or C. I would put critical shortage elsewhere
Yeah,
to say it only applies to loan forgiveness in critical shortage areas or something. I mean, we can come up with some language. But I wouldn't make it a determinant of eligibility so much as, no, it's kind of below the line, so to speak, because if you make a determinant, then we're gonna, Bedford needs a math teacher. They're gonna, and I don't think that's the intent.
right, okay.
So this only applies to critical shortage areas in locations that are underperforming and property poor?
I think that would be the
Right,
intent.
But you use all three, all three of those?
No,
Or before you're taking the ors out?
well, you're not going to be able to get a loan for becoming an elementary teacher, right? You're gonna get it for your science, math, special education. Is that what we're doing, Steve?
Those would be any critical shortage area.
Yeah, any critical shortage area.
And it's just, those are always on the list,
Those are
right?
always the top ones.
Others go on and off the list. And we should,
Elementary goes on and off that list.
correct, correct. We should also maybe offline talk about what do we do for an educator who starts in Pittsburgh teaching elementary ed, it's on the critical shortage list, so they get the first year. Second year, we do the survey, it's off the list as a critical shortage. Do they not get a reimbursement second year? Or, so we should probably think through that scenario.
All right, so this has been helpful. This has been helpful. Let's stop this and I'll meet with Steve and come back. This has been helpful. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
we have a little time. We have to March 16th.
Plenty of time.
Oh, plenty of time. That's only a few weeks away. Okay.
If it is, if they are.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go back up to 377. That's relative to screening and intervention in public schools for dyslexia. And the one that follows is relative to reading assessment and intervention programs. So that's what we have left in the docket for today. 377. Yeah. Sure, pass it around.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah, they had mentioned it to me previously. Yeah. 377, the one we're on?
No, amendment.
It's coming right.
0357.
Wasn't sure. So, this takes out the,
So this takes out the reference to Dibbles as, and it changes it to evidence-based screener. Takes out, enrollment in public kindergarten, first grade, and appropriate times thereafter to, that whole sentence, to just entry to public school. The initial screening shall be completed no later than 60 days of a student entering a public school in kindergarten through third grade. And then repeated one additional time during the current school year, repeated at a minimum of twice yearly through third grade. So through third grade was a big difference. If they fail to make the relevant benchmarks, then the school must complete a secondary assessment within 30 days. And another important part of this bill right from the start was that some sort of intervention starts, evidence-based reading instruction intervention or referral of the student to special ed for further evaluation. So a lot of times when these students get tested now, from what I understand, there's a delay in the intervention. So one of the things that the author of this bill wanted was to make sure that that stayed. And then you'll see that it refers to charter schools as well in here, so kind of cleans up the bill a little bit. I know that Representative Cordelli has tried to put some of this into his bill, but it really needs to be, in my opinion, it needs to be a standalone because dyslexia is so unique and also so crippling if it isn't found out. So
What is Cordelli's bill number?
I knew you were going to ask me that.
Is that the reading one?
It's the
437?
Science of Reading Bill,
437?
437.
Okay, I want to pull that too. He does have an amendment for that.
I'll just get it. I'll put it up here.
You need his amendment?
No, his, oh, you have his amendment?
Oh, it's amendment's right here. It's amendment.
Question. Those of you who have principal experience and all that can probably answer it best. When I showed this to my wife and my daughter's a speech and language pathologist. My wife is a former state director of special ed. They were both very enthusiastic about this. They were very supportive of this approach. But one question my wife asked was, what resources can a school sort of assume it has or can get in order to make that timely response that you were talking about? They were keyed right in on that.
Well, I think that the State Department of Education has put out some directives on it. There's actually this whole little booklet called A Resource Guide for Dyslexic and Other Related Disorders.
I saw that and I was wondering, but where's the funding coming if the school doesn't have it? Where do they get the funding?
Well, this is to give resources to the teacher, and is Corinne here? She's left. She was saying that she trains, as a reading specialist. She trained people within the teaching.
Just regular teachers?
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be, I mean, for dyslexia, it's just to realize that they don't code things the way that everybody else codes things, and be able to start an intervention to realize when, instead of keep pushing phonics or whatever whole language to this kid, to stop and say, okay, he's got dyslexia, so I now need to do this. And elementary teachers have had training in this.
Enough of that to where they can be
Start intervention and then work from there. But as Representative Katab said, her son got tested, and then it was like months before they went, got through the special ed type screening.
Well, and some people resist the special ed identification.
That's true.
They
yes.
resist it.
Yes.
So it doesn't have to be a pull-out service. It's something that can be done in the classroom when they're doing reading.
Right. Just to realize that this, yeah.
But then there are cases like that, and keep in mind, I know nothing about this, this is all what I'm told. But there are cases where you do need a specialist who can come in.
Oh,
and-
most definitely, most definitely.
Yeah,
And
and that's what they were concerned, are the schools going to have the resource to, when they need to have a specialist, to get one right then, not later.
Well, they wouldn't get one right then, I'm sure in the poorer schools, but they would, this Department of Education has a reading specialist
Right.
that we're talking about, that they can use as a resource.
They
And
were
then,
both very encouraged by this approach.
and then I know that as a teacher, when things pop up like this, oftentimes you can go online and you can get a lot of
Oh,
great
yeah.
ideas right off the bat. So, and I'm sure the special ed people would be, every school has, access to special ed, so I'm sure that would be part of
Good to hear.
it.
What is general intervention?
Well,
Online,
that's
it's general education intervention. Of
right.
course, this is the in-between stuff that's going on here.
Yeah, that's the general.
So what is it?
Well, it's
You know-
whatever the school has, the resources, the staff, if it's, I mean, at Kearsarge, when I was there, we had a person who was a reading person. So definitely at the, and at the high school level, it was kind of way too late. But in the district, they had people that were reading specialists. So some of the districts that are better off are going to do that. Some of the districts that don't have all the resources are going to have to, punt to get some stuff. But I just think some sort of general intervention is better than none, and the sooner the better.
It's wonderful that they do it, but those small districts, the classroom teachers got the teacher of reading methods and all that. May be able to do something, but what happens if the parent walks in and said, you're supposed to be doing, some kind of intervention here, a general education intervention. What are you doing that's significant to get my kid going? I don't want to see the classroom teacher get hammered because, well, we're a poor district and we, don't have the ability to pull some reading support in, like Haverhill just did the other day when Representative Cascadden came in and worked at the middle school. That's helpful, but some smaller districts may not be able to do that.
So do you think they're going to get more hammered on that than they would get hammered if the child was dyslexic and went a year or two without any intervention, or even a month, or even the 3 months until the special ed gets it? I mean, is some intervention better than nothing?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And what you need to do is work with those specialists that, you may have a speech pathologist available to you, or you might have somebody else that's language trained that's not necessarily in this domain, but has ways to help.
Right. But we can't, I don't feel as though we need to prescribe this, neither would we prescribe.
I don't want to
special ed-
prescribe it either.
Special ed services. I mean, that's all part of a team at a school that's set up to deal with that sort of thing. And I think the like I said, I think the author of this bill, Katie Katab, what she really, she had a child that went through this, and what frustrated her most was that he was tested, and then it was a couple months later until they could get through the special ed services before he got some services. And like I said, they do have this is out of New Hampshire Department of Education. There's a whole booklet, can go to the parent to let them know, some interventions, and also the teacher. So
Question. If a child is screened and is dyslexic, does that automatically determine an IEP for that? Is the IEP part of this intervention?
Not the screening.
Not the
You
screening.
have to make a formal referral through special ed, and the process starts bingo all over again.
Yeah.
So once a child is determined to be dyslexic, that then starts the whole intervention process, or I guess I'm not,
Well,
I'm not sure, Rick, what you just said.
Dyslexia is not a specific handicapping condition, I don't believe. That was always our fight with Jack Belcom, do you remember?
Yeah.
And so if they're seen as having dyslexia and it's determined that, then the formal intervention starts. But what we're trying to say is what are we going to do between the time that's done through the screening that is perceived that you've got dyslexia to the time that special ed process is complete? That could be 60 days or easily.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's
You
what
do
you're
the
saying.
referral, then they do all kinds of
Testing
testing,
again.
and they won't just test for that, they'll do all kinds of testing.
Would come in on
Yeah.
that. If you're talking about a full referral to the IEP process, you would identify that the child had a problem with coding and you follow that along, but at the same time, you'd probably initiate that referral, which is the 6-day process you're talking about, before any formal diagnosis.
There's days associated with every
Yeah.
bit of that referral
Right.
process, from notifying the parent, getting it back, getting the testing set up. There's all dates in federal law for that.
Right.
Plus, they'll do a hearing screen, they'll do a vision screening to rule all of that out too. It takes a long time.
So I think the general interventions you're talking about are what classroom teacher would do normally in the classroom anyway. There's tiered groupings where you work,
Mhm.
you identify children that have different coding issues that are similar. We group them in that way. So I think that is probably what you're getting at with your general intervention strategies. The only concern that I would have again is with staffing to get that done, and any teacher, or parent, or somebody in the class, you can do it.
Yeah.
The more else you have, the better, and if the schools that are better off have more resources, will probably be able to do this better than the ones who don't.
Well, they must have reading groups anyway, because not all
Yeah.
kids enter school reading. I mean,
Right. Take my
at the same level, if you've been going to preschool for 3 years, you're entering differently than the kid who's coming from home watching TV.
Yeah, the first 3
There's always
years.
reading groups. Yeah.
Yep. I think the other thing that she really wanted was the notification, the parent notification. And I don't know why that might have been delayed at a school, but certainly in line 27, it's the school shall inform the student's parents or legal guardian of the screening results.
How possible would it be for a normal school system with normal numbers of kids that get diagnosed to have on hand the books and the materials for whatever reading program that they decide on, to just have it available to them to use immediately?
Well, dyslexia has been, what was it, 3-4 years ago that the first dyslexia bill came through here? And at that time, it was something that was recognized. I mean, it really people started recognizing the issue a lot more than they ever had before. So I would assume, and it's terrible to assume, I know, but I would assume that if a school district had had one dyslexic kid come through, then, they probably do have those resources and somebody knows what to do. You know what I mean?
You would think.
You would think,
Yeah.
yes. I guess that's the part of assuming.
It's one thing to have the resources, but it's another to have the training.
Right.
You can have it there.
I think our department wants to help us.
Oh, okay.
So speaking as a department member, but also as a mom of a child who's actually going through this process right now, not all interventions work for every kid. So dyslexia, you may have it covers a pretty wide range of a reading disability. So a child can have an intervention and be working with a reading specialist, going through that intervention and not making adequate progress. They might be making some progress, but not to where they need to be. So then it's like, okay, do we look at going through the special education identification process? Do we look at just using a different intervention that might work for this student? The schools are a little bit tied basically by the staff that they have. So if you have a staff member that knows how to give a certain intervention, but that person is a special education teacher funded with federal special education dollars,
Right.
that has to be a special education identified student in order to receive that intervention. So you might have a reading specialist that can do another intervention that may not necessarily, as might be just a reading specialist, but he or she is trained in that. They can deliver that intervention to that student without having to go through the identification process for special education. So there's some different components
Okay.
to kind of be aware of, and the resources of that school district and who is trained. So if I look at a child that maybe we could just look at doing a different intervention and see if progress could be made there. And if that doesn't work, we might need to look at another intervention or another program.
I'm just wondering, for a normal school district, what are they looking at and how can they be prepared and what does it cost? Yeah.
Dependent upon the
Answer is
student.
yes.
Student, a wide variety.
The language, I don't know if I'm really keen on the word intervention in that place. I think during this time, classroom accommodation shall be initiated within 20, there have to be accommodations made. Or modifications, I guess, either one of those terms, but accommodations, you're accommodating the needs of that student through how you're teaching and how that child's reading and how that child's learning in the classroom. We might think of some other, when you talk intervention, the intervention process is one where you're intervening to then look at and work with others to try and figure out where do we have to go to help. And oftentimes end up in the special education process. Intervention could end up with, you're working with community health, or you're working with bilingual education, or a number of different avenues, maybe smaller groups. Maybe intervention let's talk to the teacher you had last year and find out what his or her techniques were that were so wonderful. Intervention teams can make a whole lot of different recommendations, but what you're trying to do is accommodate until such time that you can get that special education report done and in place.
Okay, so you think if I amend this bill to wherever it says intervention to.
You could say during this time, classroom accommodation shall be initiated, or so it's saying something's got to be done.
Okay.
Accommodation means you're tweaking something.
Okay, and on 26, line 26, the intervention there is okay.
I would think you would want it to be an evidence-based reading intervention.
Okay, rather than modified.
Supplementary is fine. Supplementary evidence-based reading instruction intervention.
Where are you?
You would want it to be 26. I was looking at
26, yeah. You would want that to be,
I would think you'd want it to
take out
be
all that modified, differentiated, or supplemental. Take that out. Is that what you're taking out? Or?
Oh, no, I would agree that you would want to have the evidence-based reading instruction intervention. You don't want a modification, you don't want an accommodation, you don't want.
Gotcha. So leave the intervention there. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes. I want my kid to have an intervention with an evidence-based program. I don't want her to be accommodated, or she should be getting an intervention. Even while she's waiting through the special education process to go through, she should continue to receive that evidence-based intervention by, I would think, a specialist.
Yeah, one spot. I totally understand. Yep.
And I did notice in comparing 377 and 437, there's some timelines where they conflict. One will say 30 days, one says 60 days. One says reading intervention is immediately given versus, I think one of them says 21 days. So we might just something to be aware of between the two. Because if they both pass, then it'd be hard to follow.
Yeah, it's hard.
Which one do we do?
So are we good with 377, sort of?
Yeah, do you want me to make that to send over for an amendment?
Well, I think, we'll get closer and closer and closer, and we'll be there.
Okay, good. I think it's important.
What about this 437 now? 'Cause we have about 20 minutes left here. Do you have Cordeli's amendment,
Is it 0322?
0485?
No.
This has 5 pages.
No. We don't have that.
Okay. We're gonna have to go get copies of it, I guess.
This one we have to get done
Well,
soon.
I was just gonna look at that. I don't think it is.
I have 0322. Yeah, sure.
Pardon me? Yeah, if you want it, yeah.
Is everybody here?
Let's see, we want this,
No.
437. 437 is, no, we retained that bill. So it's not a rush.
Okay.
I thought we retained. Check it out.
We ought to pass
We did
1010 and then we retained at
Pardon me?
15.5.
Yeah, I thought we did retain it.
We did 15.5.
Yeah.
I think they were just put on here because they're very similar.
So we don't have to do it.
No, we don't have to do it today. Thank God.
There's a certain sense of fatigue.
Oh, yeah, I think it's just like.
Feeling in the room.
Gotcha. So that's it for today, right?
For now.
Thank
Yeah.
goodness there. The days are getting longer, aren't they? The sun's up a little longer,
Yeah.
but it's becoming quite a chore here.
We're in 301.
307, I thought. Is that 307?
No, I think it's 301. I think it's 301.
Oh, is there going to be an in-person?
No, we can go watch it.
Oh, all right.
We also talked this morning about trying to get non-traditional people to go to CTE programs like Girls in Welding and reach out more to English language learners
Yeah.
and non-whites because they're very unrepresented in those programs. And that, what's her name? Is it Judith? Jennifer from Pinkerton.
Yeah.
Said they had a woman welding teacher for a while, and she said it just the women, the girls in the program just zoomed up, and they had a woman in automotive, and the girls. But when those people leave, the girls,
Yeah,
it's like
disappear.
yeah.
When
Yeah.
there was a guy that had a really nice welding business and he wanted his daughter to take over. He had
Yeah.
2 daughters. He said, I showed her flashlights.
Watch out, things are going.
The movie flashlights. and she didn't buy it.
But the automotive dealer, Dan, I think his name was Dan Bennett. Dan, I don't know.
Are you talking about Peter McNamara?
No, it's not Peter McNamara. It's somebody else.
Uh-huh.
I think it's not Peter McNamara anymore.
Huh.
They use an example, a 24-year-old who actually has had no debt when he got out of school and actually has bought his own home. He doesn't have to be living with his parents at 24 because he went to the CTE automotive program.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know? It's a good selling point.
Well, it's like the kid that's working over Kenworth here in town. And he graduated under Steve Rothenberg's program at Concord, went up to White Mountain, came back in charge of Kenworth in terms of the technology part of it. And he walked back into $80,000+ just walking in the door. Yeah. I need job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She did a cheat sheet.
Here you go, Mr. Chair. I had a little stretch phrase. Oliver rescue us.
4:37. I gotta get out of here.
I'm not as.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're sitting here.
Okay, sure.
I gotta go.
Yeah.